Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Good morning and happy Wednesday. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Chris Mack filling in for Jenks today. And this is the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. We've got a great show on deck for you guys. We'll talk all kinds of NFL headlines, including the latest holdout and hold in updates across the league at 6:20. It's time to talk about the D word, depth. Who has it and who does not in the NFL, and why it could make a difference in some of your win total bets. Then we'll go on to some of the biggest stories when it comes to gambling. Michael Porter Jr. had some really interesting things to say about betting on props when NBA players are doing it themselves. So we will get into all of those stories and much more here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. Chris Mack, good morning. I'm sorry your alarm had to go off so early, but we are glad you're here.
Yeah, and then the first thing you bring up is we're going to talk about the D word. Okay, good morning. Guess we're up and at 'em early.
Man.
You caught
the other
me by
day,
surprise a little bit there, Chelsea.
The other day we had some topic. I forget what it was, and Jenks started talking about like the Epstein files. I was like, Jenks, it's 5:02 a.m. I am not ready for this. Because, you know, like certain topics, you're like, all right, I want my full like mental facilities for this conversation. And I was just not prepared. So I understand.
All right, then. Now that we're settled in, how you doing?
Yeah, it could be worse. We could be talking about politics. So at least I feel like capable of talking about the NFL and some of these things.
We could be talking about Paul Skeens just getting absolutely blasted last night. Worst start of his young career to this point.
Way to be a downer 1 minute into the show, Chris Mack, because I wasn't going to get to it, but I suppose we will. Because here's the thing.
I saw the bets.
On the show, On the show, we have something we call the Circle of Trust. And there are about like 5 or 6 pitchers who live in the Circle of Trust. But this week specifically, the Circle of Trust has been broken. We have had multiple big-name pitchers have really bad weeks because it's not just Paul Skeens who gave up a few runs just yesterday. We had Tariq Skubal giving up 4 runs. On Friday, we had Nathan Eovaldi giving up 5 runs. I think it was 2 days ago. Garrett Crochet, 5 runs. And then yesterday, Paul Skeens allowed 4 runs against the red-hot Brewers. So we were just talking about this. I think it's more to the effect of there is a reason most pitchers don't go the entire season with ERAs under 2. It is just really, really hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, look, it wasn't an awful start by Paul Skeens. Mm-hmm. By some back end of the rotation guys around the majors, that would go down as a half decent start, right? 4 earned, I think. Is that what he ended up getting tagged for in 4 innings? So, by Skeens' measure, though, it's like, oof, rough night for Paul Skeens, giving up the leadoff homer. I think multiple homers for just the 3rd time in his career, too. So, but, when you're in the Circle of Trust, Chelsea, this is like the perfect, well-behaved teenager valedictorian who finally gets caught underage drinking that one time. And it's just a blip on the radar. They're still going to go off to Yale or Harvard and become, wildly successful. But everybody's got to have their one blip on the radar where they trip up. And Skeens, unfortunately, had his last night. Although it's against the Brewers. I mean, is anybody shocked that the Brewers just continue to hammer everybody?
Well, and especially Paul Skeens, because one of his other, quote unquote bad starts was against the Brewers.
Right.
So the Brewers have one of the best offenses in baseball right now. And sometimes, certain guys just have, certain pitchers' numbers. So maybe that's the case with the Brewers. They absolutely laid the beat down on the Pirates last night, 14-0. The only other thing I would say about Paul Skeens is that I feel like they don't let him go deep enough into the game to almost correct this. Because you don't see this anymore because by definition, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, 6 innings and 3 runs is a quality start. I think 7 innings and 4 runs, if I'm not mistaken, is still a quality start. It's just they don't give him a long enough leash to possibly make this into a quality start. Like, I understand he was getting hit, But do you get
Yeah.
what I'm getting at? Is that like they don't even let him in the game? They're like, oh, 4 innings, that's enough. Get him out of there.
Well, I mean, I don't think he's gone over 100 pitches since the All-Star break.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that was a complaint that Pirates fans had right going into the All-Star break was they really reined him in the last couple starts before the break because they knew he was going to be going to the All-Star game, and they knew he was probably going to start and pitch at some point. So, I think his last 2 starts before the break, he didn't even get to 80 pitches. So they've been uber protective of Skeens, which I don't think he's a huge fan of, but I think he also understands that his best days throwing a baseball probably won't be in a Pirates uniform someday. So keep that arm healthy.
Is that tough for you to say as a Pirates fan? Did that hurt?
No, when you're a Pirates fan, Chelsea, you're dead inside. You're totally numb. So you just stare the stark, cold, bleak reality in the face every day that we have to enjoy every Paul Skeens start we get. And that's exactly why I'd like to see them. If the guy's out there and he's dealing on a specific night, if he gets to 110 or 115 pitches, he's not going to fall apart. Let the man go deeper into ball games, like you were saying. It's if I know that, like I said, his best days in the future will be in Dodger blue or Yankee pinstripes or wherever he ends up getting paid a gajillion dollars, by all means, fire all the ammunition now while we still got him, even if it's only going to get us to 70 wins or whatever the heck it might be.
I feel like there has to be some sort of balance because I don't think it's smart to have him go out there and throw 120 pitches. Like, that's just inhumane. But I think he can go at least 90, right? Especially at this juncture in the season. I feel like usually you do like the reining in at the first of the season until they get warmed up. But I understand he's their investment and they don't want to, wear all the tread off of the tires before they can trade him. So I get it. It is depressing, though. So I was going to say, let's move on to something less depressing, but I guess we do have to recap our bet. So, long story short, the reason we were talking about Paul Skeens is not just because Chris Mack loves Paul Skeens. It's because Jenks and I both had a first 5 and first 7 bet under on the Pirates and the Brewers game, which, needless to say, was a loss. So I had the first 7 under 5.5. Jenks had the first 5 under 3.5. Paul Skeens blew that up by giving up 4 earned runs, and the bullpen did not help either for my first 7 bet. They gave up a 6 spot. 6.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move on to some NFL headlines because the NFL, of course, is right around the corner, which means a lot of you will probably stop talking about baseball. And I understand. The NFL is shiny, it's new, it's football, it's a behemoth. So the headline in D.C. lately, probably when it comes to football, I suppose, Terry McLaurin was seen chatting with Commanders GM Adam Peters at Commanders practice. So I think this has been a really interesting trade scenario where we saw where Terry McLaurin asked for a trade. It seemed very civil, though. And I think people are reading into this and saying, oh, well, Terry McLaurin loves everybody. Everybody loves Terry. There's no way they don't get this deal done. But Chris, let me ask you, like, it feels to me that this is still very much a business, and it can come from the player side as well. Even if they love all of their teammates and the franchise and the front office, like, he's still holding out. So does this move the needle for you? Should fans be reading into the fact that he's having these great interactions with all the staff?
I don't think so, unless Adam Peters is trying the classic Jerry Jones come to a contract agreement via a conversation with the player maneuver that worked out so well with Micah Parsons earlier this year. No. I think, you take it for what Adam Peters could also be talking to Terry McLaurin in that photo about. Well, there's 3 teams interested. Where would you most like to go? Just because he's talking to Terry McLaurin on the sidelines doesn't mean that they're this close to getting a deal done. If you're Terry McLaurin, you keep holding out until you get as much as possible. He has all the leverage in this situation. The Commanders can't go into the season without him on the roster and ready to go. After their performance last year, another year of development for Jaden Daniels, I don't want to say would be wasted, but certainly it wouldn't help to not have McLaurin on the field. He's got all the leverage in this situation, so I don't blame Terry McLaurin one bit for holding out for every last penny he can get from Washington in this situation. And I look at the photo as, hey, probably just Adam Peters checking in with Terry McLaurin and how's things going. You know, all the conversations are going through the agent. It's not like Adam Peters, I wouldn't think, is out there talking to Terry McLaurin. Well, what if we get the signing bonus to this number? No, he's going to have those conversations with McLaurin's agent, because if Terry McLaurin, who it sounds like knows exactly what he's doing in this situation by holding out with all the leverage in his corner, is doing this right at all, he won't discuss a bit of business with the GM directly right there on the sidelines at practice. He'll let his agent do the work, and Adam Peters is probably just checking in to make sure, hey, feeling good? You're ready to go whenever it's time? Okay, cool. I would hesitate if I were a Commanders fan. I understand why you'd get excited to see the GM talking to the star holdout wide receiver on the sidelines, but I would just pump the brakes just a little bit, pretend like you're in Beltway traffic going absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's a good chance that they're probably talking about something completely unrelated. It's like, hey, how's your family? Hey, what color Gatorade do we have at practice day? Can I go get a cup even though I'm holding out? Sure, go get a cup of Gatorade. So we'll see how this turns out, but it feels like players get maybe one, maybe two opportunities where they really get to have the leverage. Because think about it, how many big deals do players get in their lifetime? And Terry's getting up there. Like, he's not 40, but like he's getting, was he, and he's about to be 30 something. So he's getting up there in age. So it feels like this is probably his last opportunity to strike while the iron is hot and get a huge deal. And this is going to be the money he's living off for the rest of his life. So I feel like you said, he has all the leverage in his corner. And the fact that the face of the franchise also has a stake in this, the fact that Jaden Daniels, this is his number one receiver and his security blanket, you know, you have just so many bullets in your chamber when it comes to, you know, these negotiations, that I feel like it would be stupid for Terry McLaurin not to make the most of this situation.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. Without McLaurin, who is the go-to guy for Daniels? A Deebo Samuel that's currently held together with duct tape and paper clips? I mean, Noah Brown? I don't... Luke McCaffrey? There's not a viable Commanders offense that exists without Terry McLaurin as a part of it. So he does. He has all the leverage, and there's no way they can allow this to play out into the regular season. And they won't. It'll get done. He's not going to get traded. It's just tough to watch when you're trying to prepare for the regular season and there's this uneasiness as a fan and as a bettor of, well, what about the ramifications of holding out? And that's always worth talking about, I think, when you're talking about especially a quarterback and wide receiver one combo where it's all about chemistry and timing. Yes, they have the basis and the foundation of that from last season, but you'd like to see them get some reps in together before Terry McLaurin jogs out there week one.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to make you feel a little bit better, especially in this year where it feels like the expectations are so high for the Commanders. All right, so Terry McLaurin's not the only player in the NFL that's holding out or holding in. Who of these guys do you think will actually miss some games? So we have Terry McLaurin, Micah Parsons, where things do not seem great in Jerry world. Trey Hendrickson, feels like we're at a stalemate, and we have been for like the last 6 months. Or Cam Hayward, who feels like a relative newcomer to this discussion. He's been quietly holding in. So I know you cover the Steelers. Do you think Cam Hayward's going to miss some time, or do you think it's going to be one of the other guys on this list?
No, I will. I'll think of some absurd bet to pay off if Cam Hayward actually misses any regular season games. The difference with Cam Hayward is that he has no leverage. He just signed a contract extension a year ago. So there will not be any missing of games. This is just a guy who knows he's near the end of his career and maybe has a chance to grab a few more guaranteed dollars before the clock on his career finally expires. I think Micah is most likely of this group that we're talking about to actually say, no, I'm standing on business. I'm not playing, Jerry. And knowing the way Jerry handles things in Dallas, I think he's also the most likely to screw this up massively. Not that the Bengals can't screw things up and haven't for the last 6 months, as you pointed out, with Trey Hendrickson. But I think Jerry is the most likely to screw this thing up and push it to the point where Micah Parsons says, okay, well, I guess I just won't be playing football this week or next week or until you give me what I want. And if there's a guy that could withstand the impact of that, it's Micah Parsons. It's not like he's not going to get paid somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. So it should be interesting to follow. So speaking of teams missing star players, we talk about depth next and why it could mean a reason to bet on win totals for some of your favorite teams next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, we're back. It's a Wednesday. It is August 13th here on the show. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Chris Mack, in for Jenks today. In a few minutes, we'll talk about a really important aspect of teams in the NFL that I feel like sometimes goes glossed over because it's not the sexiest topic. Nobody wants to talk about depth. Nobody wants to sit there and say, well, if somebody gets hurt, like this team has a great backup quarterback. That's not the type of sexy football talk that you'd expect from here on the Daily Tip. But listen, you're probably going to get it because when it comes to win totals, the NFL season is an absolute grind. Like, I think we know this. And part of the handicap for a lot of these teams who go on to win a Super Bowl is how healthy did that team stay? And maybe it's not, the star players, because obviously we see, a star go down, and that's a big deal. But we'll see this. I feel like we saw this with the Lions last year when it came to their defense, where they lost Aiden Hutchinson. They lost a bunch of guys on the secondary. And in the end, it cost them, even though it wasn't one specific player, even though you can look at Aiden Hutchinson and say that. It was more the accumulation of injuries that ultimately cost their defense down the stretch. So, Chris Mack, do you talk about depth much when it comes to win totals? I feel like it seems pretty obvious now that I say it, but I don't think it's gone into my handicap in years past.
I think it's one of those things you start to look at this time of year, right? Because training camps are dwindling to an end. We've got the back half of the preseason on the way. And then you have that window between the end of the preseason and the beginning of the regular season. There's a little bit of a news vacuum. So you're trying to find any extra angle you can. We've broken down the schedule for 3 months at this point. And, well, I really like that they've got this in the weeks 5 through 8. But then look at the back third of the schedule. We've broken it down from every single angle in looking at win totals. And all the personnel moves, major personnel moves that are going to happen have happened at this point. So you end up looking at, well, what if this guy gets hurt? Or what if that guy gets hurt? And I think it happens a lot more when you start to focus in on your one particular team that you are the biggest fan of. You start to, especially when you're watching preseason games and you're seeing all these names and jersey numbers that you don't recognize for the life of you. You're scrambling for the depth chart, trying to figure out who's number 18? Why is he playing safety? Who is this guy? And it very quickly leads to, well, could he do this if he had to, if he was pressed into service? So I think this is the perfect time of year to look at teams and say, how well equipped are they to handle injuries, especially at some of the biggest positions? Obviously, you lose your starting quarterback. This goes for just about any team in the league, not named the Indianapolis Colts or New Orleans Saints, because who's going to be the starting quarterback anyway? But if you lose your starting quarterback, you're in a jam. But some teams are much better prepared to handle that than other teams, and that goes for not just the quarterback position, but multiple spots on the roster.
Yeah, I think probably one of the more, other than quarterback, probably one of the more important positions to have depth at is offensive line. But I think it's really hard if you are not a hardcore fan of said team to be like, hey, I know the third string offensive lineman. Like, it's just not something I know about every single team. And I could, look up the notes, but it's just I'm not there on the sidelines. I don't know which guy is better than his rating and which guy can seamlessly slide into another position as opposed to his primary position, because we see this all the time. Who is it? Rashawn Slater, who just got hurt for the Chargers. And so now they're having to slide somebody else in his position. So at offensive line, sometimes they have to take somebody whose natural position is, say, on the other side of the line. They have to move him to left tackle. So you'll see those things kind of progress throughout the preseason. It's just sometimes it's hard to have a huge take on it if you're not following the team intensely. But I will say this, for some of these backup quarterbacks, we have seen these guys work. And you can kind of tell which quarterbacks are veteran guys who can fill in if need be for a few games, and which guys are not even stable backups. Good example for me is that my Titans' first game of the season scored a total of 7 points. And it's nice that you have a couple great drives from Cam Ward, But if Cam Ward misses even like a game or two of the season, like our backup options are absolutely dreadful. And that's the thing. Like, even if a quarterback doesn't miss an entire season, because obviously your season's cooked if your quarterback misses the entire season, but there are weeks in which you might have to have a Band-Aid for your offense. So when you're thinking of teams across the league, who has the best backups? Like, which teams do you trust the backups the most to at least, stop the bleeding if a team has to go to them?
Well, there were 3 spots that immediately jumped out to me, and one of them is now questionable because Tyrod Taylor's going to have, I guess, had some kind of minor knee scope done, so isn't going to play the rest of the regular season for the Jets. And hopefully, I think they have their fingers crossed and are knocking on wood, he'll be back for week 1. But that would be one spot. If he were totally healthy, I don't think there's a massive drop-off from Justin Fields, even the Justin Fields fan that I am, after the way he played in the first 6 weeks last year for Pittsburgh. I don't think there's a massive drop-off if the Jets, Fields gets dinged up and they have to go to Tyrod for a couple of weeks. I mean, you could argue it's the Jets, so maybe you don't believe there's much of an upside there to begin with. But I do think it's a classic example of an offense that needs to lean on their run game and doesn't need to ask the quarterback to do too much. And in that instance, if you have to go from Fields to Taylor for a couple of weeks, I think you're okay. The 2 that are at the top of the list for me, though, are Atlanta. Oh, Kirk's terrible. Cousins is awful. Well, let's not forget, Kirk Cousins has now had the full year of recovery post Achilles surgery. And in those major catastrophic injuries, it's always the second full year after recovery that seems to be a bounce back if you get one from someone. I don't care if we're talking about a pitcher with Tommy John or a quarterback who's gone through a shoulder or elbow injury, or in this case, an Achilles injury. So if Michael Penix should stumble at some point and or get hurt and have to miss a few games, I think Atlanta's set up real well to just slide Kirk Cousins right in there. I'm not saying he lights the world on fire and has an MVP type year, but they're in a pretty good situation, I think, Chelsea, the Falcons, to weather the storm if Penix should go down for any length of time.
Well, if we're talking about backup quarterbacks, like Kirk Cousins is the best of the bunch, like by far, because, he could be viewed as a starter, like compared to a lot of these guys. Like when you're talking about like Tyson Bagent and Jake Browning and, Malik Willis, who I know has showed some flashes in Green Bay, but some of it's the offense and the coaches who are molding the game plan around them. And I think that's why I am higher on Jimmy Garoppolo as being a decent stand-in for Matt Stafford, because that's the other thing. We could see some Jimmy G action because of the injuries that Matt Stafford has been piling up. But I trust Sean McVay to, have a good game plan around him. And he is such a good offensive mind that even if it's not somebody who's the level of Matt Stafford, I feel like the offensive game plan will be good enough to, at least be a decent team and be in competitive games with their backup quarterback.
That's a good point, I think. The infrastructure that's around the quarterback, right? Whether it's coaching,
Right.
whether it's the other skill position talent on that offense, is all worth talking about in regards to whether your backup quarterback is well equipped to stand in for the starter for more than just a couple of snaps or not. It's why I kind of look at the Niners, and nobody gets excited at the prospect of Mac Jones, right? But you've got Shanahan. You've still got that infrastructure around the offense, so that if Purdy had to miss a week or two, you wouldn't be excited as a Niners fan about Mac Jones stepping in, but you wouldn't necessarily be, lighting your hair on fire and running for the hills and saying, oh my God, the season's over. You could weather the storm for a couple of weeks. The other one, I'm going to sound like a homer, but you called Kirk Cousins the best backup quarterback in the league. Okay, I'll grant you that. A guy who is woefully underestimated as maybe being one of the best backup quarterbacks in the league, Mason Rudolph. Look, nobody really gets super excited at the prospect of Mason Rudolph, even with his beautiful new mustache that is now gracing his upper lip. But Rudolph, for what it's worth, in the first preseason game looked really good, 7-7 on the first drive with a touchdown pass to Darnell Washington, but has also been in Pittsburgh, other than his 1 year in Nashville last year, in Pittsburgh long enough. He knows the inner workings of the organization and the franchise, knows Mike Tomlin. And I think, look, whether they played well in that game or not, he has started a playoff game for the Pittsburgh Steelers in the past. So, if Aaron Rodgers inevitably goes down for a week or two because he's 41 and might not be 110% healthy all the time this year throughout an 18-week season, I think the Steelers, especially the way their offense is built, with Arthur Smith wanting to put 7 tight ends out there at once, would be okay to get through a few weeks without Rodgers and with Rudolph instead.
Yeah, I think when Mason Rudolph was here in Tennessee, people really liked him. And I think that he brings something to the table now that I don't think of him as like an older guy, but he is an NFL veteran. And he knows how to run an offense. Because that's the thing. When you are brought in as a backup quarterback, you don't get a ton of time to prepare. Like usually it's like, hey, a guy got hurt, you're going to be in the game this week. So you need to be off and ready to rumble, as soon as, you get in the game. So I think that, Mason Rudolph brings that experience to the line of scrimmage. Okay, let me ask this. For a casual person and a casual fan, how do you tell which team has depth? Like, do you watch preseason games and say, okay, this team has been absolutely terrible in the preseason, like their second string looks terrible? Like, how do you tell if a team has depth?
I think that's worth a look. And then, look, like you said about offensive lines earlier, nobody knows who the second string right guard is for the Cincinnati Bengals, for example, or any other team for that matter. I think you can watch a little bit of preseason football and get a little bit of an idea. But other than that, it's just scrolling the depth charts and going, okay, how many rookies do we have behind the starters on the offensive line, for example? Or, I'll use Washington as an example again, because we started the show talking about Terry McLaurin and his holdout with the Commanders. Scroll through the rest of that receiving depth chart. And those names I threw out earlier, there's not a lot of confidence in them. So I think you can sit there and look at offensive lines and defensive lines and pretend like you have a great idea about where they're going to go if somebody gets hurt. But none of us do, unless you're in that building or on those sidelines every single day. Skill position is where I look. And if you look at a team's skill position players and you get 3 receivers deep and you're going, I don't know about that, you better be worried about whether the top receiver or maybe top running back goes down, because if they don't have enough behind them, again, I'll use my Steelers as an example. If DK Metcalf gets hurt, where are they throwing the ball? I understand. Like I said, Arthur Smith loves tight ends, and maybe he'll just throw it to Pat Freiermuth and Jonnu Smith and Darnell Washington 6 times more each every week. But is that going to make up for the loss of a DK Metcalf if they have to miss him for a few weeks? I don't think so. So look at those third wide receivers on a depth chart. And do you trust that third wide receiver as much as you trust the number 2? And can the number 2 step into a number 1 spot for a couple of weeks? And there are plenty of spots around the league where you'd probably feel a little uneasy.
Yeah. All right. So to advance this conversation, so we do have a list of win totals for the NFL. And we were saying how this can impact your win total bets. Is there a team that you would tail or fade based on their depth and based on some of these win totals? Because some of these are pretty high. Like, I think that's where my mind goes first, is the ones that have like the super high win totals. Because listen, if your quarterback goes down like a game or two, that can be the difference between winning 10 games and 11 games. Or, teams like the Eagles, where their win total is 11.5. That's a pretty high total, even though it wasn't Tanner McKee that looked like he was lighting the world on fire for the Eagles. And I think that speaks to their depth. You put somebody behind that offensive line and they're going to look at least halfway decent. So based on our conversation, is there a team you'd fade based on their depth, or a team that you would tail and say, hey, the Eagles may not have Jalen Hurts for a couple games. Who cares? Tanner McKee can come in.
I mean, it's hard to fade the Dolphins any harder than it feels like the entire NFL world is fading the Dolphins already. But we all expect Tua to play less than 17 games, right? Like, it's Tua. He's going to miss a couple of weeks at some point. And Zach Wilson's going to be in there. So if you're looking for confirmation on those under bets on the Dolphins, I think you could find some in looking at the backup quarterback situation there. And for one that I would tell, I go back to the Falcons. Penix being backed up by Cousins, over 8.5 wins is still plus money, plus 125 at BetMGM. Look at the Falcons' schedule and tell me that they're not going to be able to squeeze out 9 wins. I think they can. And I think, look, it's the NFC South. It's not sexy. We started talking about topics that aren't sexy. It's not a sexy topic, the NFC South. But the Falcons over 8.5 wins feels good because they have Cousins behind Penix.
Absolutely not. We got to get to break. Daily Tip continues after the break.
PJ Glasser, Bet Sweats here. Wednesday morning at 9:20 Eastern, we look at all the possibilities for the Aaron Rodgers experiment in Pittsburgh. The NFL previews continue on the next Bet Sweats.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right. Welcome back. Good morning. It's a Wednesday here on the show. In a few minutes, we will get into some discussions about a quote that Michael Porter Jr. gave on a podcast. And Chris Mack in for Jenks today. Chris, sometimes it feels like these athletes need to know when not to talk. And I understand everybody has a podcast these days, including us. Download the Daily Tip wherever you get your podcast. But everybody just speaks so open and freely. And there's this atmosphere of like, oh, everything's so relaxed. Like, come do a podcast on my couch. But if you play in the NBA and you say something that is about a topic that is kind of touchy right now, it's going to get some traction. And that's exactly what happened to Michael Porter Jr. So over the last couple of days, he was on a podcast and he took the bait and talked about gambling specifically on props. And here's why this is important. Michael Porter Jr.'s brother already got punished for taking money or being, involved in some under the table action for taking the unders on his own props where he acts like he's hurt, he misses some shots. So coming from Michael Porter Jr., this had an extra layer to it. So you got to listen to what he said. Here it is from Full Court Pass.
The sports gambling stuff can affect that a lot.
100%.
Think about it.
There you go.
You get mad at these dudes that do the sports betting, but think about if you could get all your homies rich by telling them, yo,
no shit,
bet $10,000 on my under. This one game I'm gonna act like I got an injury, and I'm gonna sit out. I'm gonna come out after 3 minutes, and they all get a little bag because you did it one game. Like, that is so not okay. But some people probably think like that. They come from nothing, and 100%. All their homies have nothing,
100%.
And they're like, bro, if I come out of this game after 3 minutes and y'all all hit on my under, we're all getting a little bag.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I obviously my brother went through his situation. Malik Beasley's going through a situation right now. Terry Rozier was in some hot water. But the whole sports gambling entity, bro, it's bad, and it's only gonna get worse, bro. Like we really do get death threats. Like if you and the thing is you can't.
Somebody doesn't hit a parlay.
Crazy part is you can't win anymore because if I do too good, I'm messing up the people that bet on the under, and if they bet on my over, you know what I'm saying? So you're messing up some people's money. If they bet on your under or over, you're messing up some people.
All right, so there's a lot to unpack here.
Yeah.
And off the top, I'm pretty sure he's probably getting a call from Adam Silver today, if not yesterday. If not, immediately after Adam Silver heard of this podcast. Because let me point out that he said that it is wrong and you shouldn't be doing it. But still, this mentality, the fact that he is mentioning it makes me think that this idea is floating around NBA locker rooms. And I understand, these guys that don't come from a lot of money, they think they need to give these kickbacks to their homies, where they can place these bets on them. But this is a real problem.
This is a massive problem, especially the way Michael Porter Jr. is talking about it here. Because first and foremost, we're talking about, look, and here's another part that he brings up that I think needs to be repeated over and over and over again because it's become epidemic, unfortunately, is fans and bettors jumping into players' DMs when they don't hit a prop. Stop it. Stop it. What do you think that's going to do? Some sort of veiled threat from behind a keyboard or behind your screen is going to affect a player if they don't. 99% of them have those DMs turned off or muted anyway, and they're never going to see what you have to say. But the few that do, if you're Michael Porter Jr. or any other player in the NBA or any other league or sport for that matter, why are you listening to that? That should have nothing, shouldn't even be on your plane of existence. Sammy from the Bronx upset that you didn't hit your 3.5 threes that he bet on in that particular game. Don't even pay attention to it. It shouldn't affect you at all. But then the idea of, and like you said, I get it. You have a group of people that you've been friends with for years, and maybe you all came up from nothing, and you want to help those friends out. Guess what? You got 8 figures in your bank account. If you want to help them out, that small bag that Michael Porter is talking about, it can come from you. You can help them. If your buddy really wants some help, you can help them directly. You don't need to tell them, yeah, I'm going to tank a couple of free throws in the fourth quarter of a blowout so you can hit a prop and make an extra 20 grand. That just the number of things that he talked about in those 78 seconds or whatever it was that don't add up and compute for someone who should be thinking at a higher level because they're playing at this level in the NBA is just wild to me. But I think, like you said, it's indicative of a larger problem that is being exposed in the NBA right now, but is probably prevalent at all levels of sports.
What's wild to me is some of the names involved in some of these accusations are guys that make a lot of money. Like, it's one thing if it's Michael Porter Jr.'s brother, who is not an everyday starter and somebody who doesn't get a ton of action, and he's not going to make one of those huge deals. But Terry Rozier signed a 4-year, $92 million deal. Malik Beasley was he's a free agent, and he possibly could make a huge deal. So going back to your original point of the way to take care of your homies is to not bet on yourself and go for these big contracts, because you can make a lot more money doing that as opposed to some of these props that are already limited. Because if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure there are pretty low limits on player props. I would need to talk to an odds maker, but I'm pretty sure it's like $10,000 or something. So if you were talking about a $92 million contract, or, hey, I can get you $10,000, like, you got to be, have more of a macro view of your career and your life. But it does feel like the NBA has done a lot to crack down on this if they can prove it. Because the thing with, Michael Porter Jr.'s brother, he's banned from the game. They did all these things. But my next question is, how do you prove this? Like, can you prove intent if there is no paper trail?
Ultimately, probably not. You can't prove that a guy purposely tanked a free throw or, clanked a three late in a game. But that's what makes it all that much more important, I think, that players understand that, yes, you're under scrutiny, and that every time there's even an allusion to some sort of sports betting, people, or in Michael Porter Jr.'s case, you go into detail talking about how you could do it or why you would do it if you wanted to, people are going to look at you sideways and then question absolutely everything about your performance. So if you're tired of getting the angry DMs from bettors who didn't hit on your points prop because you missed a shot late in the game, guess what? It's not going to get any better when you openly admit that it might have been on purpose.
Well, I don't think that he was trying to admit that, because he said, this is wrong, and I don't think he's doing it. But, even talking about this, I don't know, it's just a lot to take. Do you think there's ever going to be a world where props are outlawed? Because I will say, here in Tennessee, you cannot bet on college player props. Because, before the NIL deals, because this was legislation that was put in place before NIL was a thing. It was saying, okay, these college kids who are not making any money from college football or college basketball or whatever would be more susceptible to these type of things. Now that they're making money, maybe they're not as susceptible, but here in Tennessee, you still can't bet on them.
Same here in Pennsylvania. You can't bet on college player props. College betting in general is really limited. You could bet on the schools in the state. It's not that limited, but you can't bet on individual player props. But here's the thing. If NBA players are drawn to this kind of thing, what's to stop a college basketball player who's making 1/100th of the money that somebody in the NBA is making from partaking in this as well? So I don't know. Outlawing player props, will we ever get to that point in the places where they're already legal? I don't know. I mean, you've got individual apps and games out there where people can bet on those kind of things, even though it's not really betting, right? You're playing a game
Right.
kind of in states where sports betting is not totally legal. That's always going to exist, I think, and there's always going to be a way around it. So I don't know if outlawing the player props necessarily helps fix the problem. What helps fix the problem is that players look at it and say, yeah, this is simply not worth it. I don't want to be the next Jonte Porter.
Right. And I do think that, there are ways where they can do this not legally, if you get what I'm saying. Because if you are going through the legal sports books, they have to get so much information from you. To sign up for a sportsbook account, like you have to give your social security number. Usually there's a driver's license involved. And usually it's very easy to track things. Like if they see suspicious activity on a certain prop, they're going to say, hey, maybe we need to look into this further because we have gotten a whole boatload of money on somebody's under. So I do think, people like to say, oh, well, this is betting's problem in general. I think having legalized betting actually helps police it a little bit more.
Agreed. The second you make it illegal to do something, you make it much harder to keep track of. I mean, that's just a proven fact, whether we're talking about sports betting or anything else. So agreed. It makes it much harder to police. So maybe that's another reason why we won't ever see in places where it's legal to bet on player props, those player props go away. But it's why this whole John Mateer story at Oklahoma, I understand he was a young kid who says he was joking around in his Venmo messages about why he was paying teammates. But look, you can only excuse so much young, dumb kid with something like this being involved. You're playing D1 football at the point that this happened. I don't care if you're 18 or not. You can't be dumb enough to think that that inside joke isn't now permanently on the record. It's like we tell our kids now, you put it on the internet, it's there forever.
Right. And it was so specific. It said sports betting, USC versus UCLA. Like, that doesn't sound like an inside joke. All right, we might talk about that story a little bit more coming up next with the Oklahoma quarterback. And also, we're going to throw in a little baseball as well. The top 50 MLB players right now. We'll react to that next on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Hour 2, the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Chris Mack, filling in for Jinx today. Over the next hour, we will tackle some football topics, including the Oklahoma quarterback with some questionable Venmos. We'll get to baseball as we discuss ESPN's new list of the top 50 current MLB players. Which ones did they get right? Which ones did they miss? And then we'll go on to our daily baseball bets if you want some betting action today, because we are a betting show. And then at 7:40, we'll get to Whine About It Wednesday, where we choose to complain about something for a little bit and we get paid to do it. Like, that's the American dream. Getting paid to complain, that is something even little Chelsea couldn't have imagined in her wildest dreams. All right, Chris. So we touched on this a bit last segment, but we ran out of time. So in the SEC, there is an Oklahoma quarterback who is in hot water right now for some of his Venmos. So obviously, you know that NCAA players cannot gamble on sports, and especially when it comes to football. So John Mateer in 2022 in the fall had some Venmos, and the screenshots go viral because it said, quote, sports gambling. And one of them specifically, mentioned a game, sports gambling, USC versus UCLA or something. And first of all, I looked at these screenshots. I was like, how do we know these are real? And then he responded to these allegations and said, yes, these screenshots are real, but they were an inside joke with my buddies. What are we doing here? Like, was this the right route to go? Like, if maybe he didn't do it because he's saying, like, I never bet on sports. What are you talking about it? Like, these are just weird things that I do with my friends. And I have seen this on Venmo before where you put something like totally outrageous, but like the specificness, that was weird to me.
Yeah. And look, this is when he was, I mentioned this before, 18 years old, back at Washington State. And it wouldn't surprise us if an 18-year-old did something stupid, right? Welcome to the world. That's what 18-year-olds do. Stupid things. But you would think that being a D1 quarterback at the time, you would know, but like, put any other silly thing in the memo line or the notes line of your Venmo payment to your buddy. Any other stupid thing that you want to have some sort of inside joke about when you're paying him money for, I don't know, whatever it might have been. Oh, we got pizza. You owe me $20. Oh, here you go. Whatever it might be. You put something goofy in the line to make people laugh if they see it. Putting sports gambling might literally be the dumbest thing you could put. Now, the counter argument to that would be, he's not that dumb, is he? That's exactly why we have to know it's a joke, because he wouldn't be that stupid, would he, to actually put that if he was actually betting on sports? But then I end up arguing against myself again, Chelsea. I'm going around in circles because he was 18 freaking years old, and 18-year-olds do dumb things. So that's where I end up coming back. 18-year-olds do dumb things. I don't know if this is necessarily indicative of the same level of nefariousness. Is that a word? That's a big word for 7 a.m., 6 a.m. in the morning, whatever part of the country you're in. But nefariousness as the Jonte Porter deal and some of the, Malik Beasley, the other things going on in the NBA. I think it's more just a young, dumb kid doing something young and dumb, but you can't do this, especially when I got a bet on the Oklahoma win total going over this year, John Mateer, and it's because of you. What are you doing to me, bud?
Right. That's the thing, is that a lot of people are high on Oklahoma this year. And a lot of people think that John Mateer brings a lot to the table. So if he were to sit out some games, this would be especially big for Oklahoma. I don't think he will sit out games, because if there's one thing I feel like I know for certain, is that the NCAA is not great at handling business. Like, how much do we trust the NCAA to look into this and to bring justice? Like, I don't trust them as an entity. Do you get what I'm
Well,
saying?
it happened.
Is it like if there's anybody who can bungle an investigation, it's the NCAA?
Well, the fact that it happened almost 3 years ago and somebody had to scour screenshots of his Venmo to find it, and the NCAA had no idea, gives you inkling number one that the NCAA isn't exactly, this isn't Mariska Hargitay hunting down a murderer on Law and Order, right? Like, this is a bunch of dudes going, who's ordering the Chipotle for lunch today? They have no idea what's going on. And even when they're handed evidence, it could be 5 years from now before we finally know whether John Mateer actually bet on football games for reals or not when he was at Washington State. That's just the NCAA timeline. So you're right. Even if he did, we won't know about it anytime soon. So there's no reason for Mateer or the Sooners to say, not playing for the first couple of weeks. So, yeah, I don't suspect there will actually be any on-field impact for the Sooners or Mateer, but we do end up coming back around to, hey, college kids do dumb college things.
Yeah, especially Venmo's weird. Do you use Venmo? Like, I always had this, like, thing that I thought you were supposed to use emojis for, like, the things you do. Maybe that's just, like, me and my friends, but I'm like, oh, you don't use words. You use emojis. So, like, every time I do it, I find the emoji that's the most appropriate for whatever we're doing, whether it's, like, a bottle of alcohol or the girl that cuts my hair. I do that on Venmo as well, but Venmo is weird. And I don't know why it's public. Like, why do you need to see what your friends are spending money on? That's a very weird aspect to me.
I will make an honest admission right now. My wife and I have a joint Venmo because we have a joint checking account. Hey, newsflash, we've been married for almost 20 years. We share bank accounts. Not a big deal. But I have often had to text her and say, honey, what's the password for the Venmo? Because I never use it. I don't. You know what I use Venmo for more than anything else, Chelsea? When I go to one of my daughter's softball tournaments and there's a concession stand and I don't have cash because I don't carry cash on me all the time. And it's like, okay, you want nachos and you want a soft pretzel and you want a hot dog and you want a slushie. Don't you have a game again in 20 minutes? What are we doing here? Why do you need all this? Okay, whatever. And then I scan the little QR code and I go, oh, I got to log in again. And so I got to text my wife, what's password? And then that's it. That's the extent. And then I end up typing in concession stand. And that's it. That's all. No funny jokes, no anything. I'm a relative Venmo virgin. I just do not use it all that often.
Well, most people don't, but I do think young people do. Like, if you're out, I think, when I've had group trips, it's a very easy way to split the bill.
Yes.
Where you're like, hey, somebody's going to pay for dinner, and then you Venmo them. So, like, I don't know what the youngs are using it for these days, but I don't use it that often either. All right, so let's get to some baseball. So ESPN released a list of their top 50 MLB players currently playing in the majors. And if you look at the list, there's not a ton of surprises at the very top. If you think, oh, Ohtani has to be up there, you are right. Ohtani is number 2, which I guess could be looked at as a surprise, because usually you see every single Ohtani headline, and you're like, oh, what record did he break that was from 1919 that we're talking about this week? But right now they have Aaron Judge of the New York Yankees as the number 1 best player in all of the majors right now. I feel like we haven't, maybe because baseball is not as widely talked about as like some of the other sports. Like, you don't see them talking about it on ESPN as much. They don't have like Baseball Tonight anymore, I don't think. But Aaron Judge usually makes headlines for home runs. And that, of course, is the sexy stat. But Aaron Judge is hitting .337 this year. I understand that he's nursing some injuries and now he is only DHing. He's taking some time off from playing in the outfield. But hitting .337 with the power that he has and an OPS of over 1,100, those are bananas numbers for somebody who has the power that he does. Because usually for power hitters, it's guys that, swing, super hard, but they also strike out a lot. And they're not for average hitters. So I will say, I am not going to sit here and disagree that Aaron Judge is the best player in baseball right now.
No, it's absurd what he's doing this year. And all the more reason the Yankees, I mean, where would they be without Aaron Judge? It's for a Yankees fan, it would be disastrous to think about where they would be without Aaron Judge, and it's why they absolutely need him available. When he misses time, you see these Yankee swoons start, and you see outfielders throwing baseballs backwards. I don't know if you saw that highlight the other day. It turns into a disaster in the Bronx without Aaron Judge. So even if you were talking about most valuable, best, whatever it may be, Judge is at the top of the list. I think it's inarguable, especially this season in particular, which I think this ESPN list asked people around the game their opinions of this year. So it's in a bit of a silo, but it doesn't matter. Judge is number one on the top of the list for a number of reasons, not the least of which is the Yankees' meltdown without him.
Yeah, and if you're looking and saying, well, what about Shohei? Does he not have as good of numbers? No, he doesn't. I think he's number two because of the two-way prowess, the fact that, he is pitching, and he's not pitched the whole season, and he has only pitched 19 innings. He does have a 2.37 ERA, which is good, 25 strikeouts in 19 innings, which is good as well, but he's also hitting 287, which is good, but again, it's not the pure domination that Aaron Judge has. Because I mentioned the OPS with Aaron Judge because he also gets walked a ton. Like, you see this with really dominating hitters. Like, we saw it in the age of Barry Bonds, where Barry Bonds, got walked, more than any other player, I think, and it was, not even close. That's kind of what Aaron Judge is facing these days. Like, he got walked 3 times yesterday against the Twins and still had a hit an RBI, which is crazy because he doesn't have as many at-bats, technically speaking, because he's getting walked so much.
It's bordering on that point. You're right to bring up Bonds, I think, of if you hear Barry tell stories or guys who pitched to him back in the day when he was at his peak, when you're talking about those years where he'd get walked, 180 times in a season or whatever it was, where he would see maybe one pitch a night in 4 at-bats. And he would still square it up and drive it into McCovey Cove somehow. One pitch. That's what it's bordering on with Judge right now. So, yeah, he's right to be at the top of the list. I have an interesting, because we talked Skeens at the top of the show. And Skeens is 6th on this list, right behind Bobby Witt Jr., who's 5th. Cal Raleigh is 4th. And Tarek Skubal is 3rd. So my question would be, do you think Skeens would be higher on this list if he weren't on such a crappy ball club?
Oh, absolutely. Because I think it's really unfair to Paul Skeens to be like, oh, yeah, Tariq Skubal had the better season than you. Because Paul Skeens doesn't even get the chance. They have him on such a short leash that he doesn't get to go deep in games like Tariq Skubal does. And I just feel like there is an added element where it's not something you'll see in the box score, but when you pitch with run support, it is so much easier. I don't speak from experience, but my husband was a major league pitcher, and it's just, you get that sigh of relief of I don't have to go out here and dominate. Paul Skeens has to go out there and dominate for them to even be competitive, and they still don't win games. He's 7-9 this year and is the 6th best player, according to this list. It's absolutely bananas.
It's to the point where you can see it affect him on the mound now. I think for the first time last night I saw it because I watched last night's game pretty intently. And he gives up the leadoff homer to Sal Frelick, right? And it wasn't obvious in his body language at first, but in his head, he's got to be thinking, great, I may have just lost the game on the first at-bat because my team simply doesn't score any runs for me. And I think he admitted after the game that he tried to nibble a little bit too much deep in some counts, lost some 3-2 counts, put some guys on base, or put pitches in spots where they could be driven in those 3-2 counts because I think subconsciously he's thinking, I got to be perfect every time out there. And if I'm not perfect, we're going to lose 2-0. Now they lost 14-0, so maybe that point gets lost. But
usually,
if you're Paul Skeens, and even subconsciously you're thinking, I got to be perfect tonight, it does. It affects you when you're out there.
Yeah. I think there's also some discussions in here is, do you put starting pitchers ahead of position players? Because Bobby Witt Jr. is amazing. Like, all sing his praises all day. He is an MVP candidate. He is a true five-tool player. But when you are a starting pitcher, I feel like you have more of an impact, even though it's only every 5 days. But, we've seen it with Paul Skeens. He gets them at least competitive in every single game he pitches. All right, coming up next, time to make some money on the diamond, or at least we're going to try to. Our daily baseball bets come your way after the break here on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Off and rolling. Let's do it. Time to bet on some baseball, ladies and gentlemen, because it's still baseball season. In case you were wondering, I understand that everybody wants to talk about the NFL and college football right now, but you can make some money today. And that's the beauty of, daily action in baseball, is that you don't have to wait till the season's over. Like, as much as we want to talk about futures bets, you know how long you have to wait for those to cash? That's the absolute worst. Like, I don't want to wait until January, till February to see my money come back. I want my money now.
I want my money.
You were just asking me. Okay, Chris Mack filling in for Jenks Day. So, Chris, you were just asking me, how deep will you take parlays when it comes to baseball? I feel like you should not be parlaying baseball bets. I've said this before. I feel like baseball is let me finish. Baseball is the most volatile sport when it comes to taking like big favorites on the money line. Because there's a reason they play 162 games. True. So as opposed to looking at like college football and saying, hey, I'm going to take Alabama, Clemson, whoever on the money line. And usually those prices are a little steeper. But still, even the worst team in Major League Baseball, the Colorado Rockies, don't go 0-162. They win, 60 games? So I just feel like it's not a sport where I like to do parlays.
That's it. That's totally fair and probably makes a lot more sense than what I'm about to lay out. And that's what we're here for. Sensible takes on gaming. But here's the reason I brought it up, because I have 4 different games. You were asking me also during the break, what are some games you'd definitely like to talk about on today's card? And there are 4 games in particular I have in front of me that I'm like, okay, I really like the starting pitchers going for these teams because of their recent track record. And I like each of these 4 teams, but they're all pretty heavy favorites on the money line. I can get a much better price if I'm willing to go run line, and that's okay. But now, again, we're worrying about bullpens. We're worrying about late leads, all that kind of stuff. Same issues that would go into a money line bet, obviously, but now I'm laying the 1.5. And so the team may end up winning the game and everybody's happy in the dugout in the clubhouse, but I'm sitting at home crying, ripping up tickets because I blew it and took the run line. So there will be times where I will take a couple of run line bets that I like and parlay them as money line to get a better number. And in the case of these 4 games, I was looking at them and thinking, how deep do I want to go on this today?
Do you want me to be nice about this? Do you want me
Why
to
would
give
you start
advice if
being
I wasn't?
nice now, Chelsea?
Here's the thing. Have you seen that trend on social media where it's like, here's the advice I would give you if I wasn't afraid of hurting your feelings? All right, so I'm going to do that right now. Okay, so in baseball, it feels to me, if you really think a team is that much better than another team, just take them on the run line and just do one bet, especially because you can get plus money on some of these run lines. And so, without getting too far into the weeds, it's like if you play 2 run line bets and one of them is plus money, if you win the one that's plus money, you only have to win one of them to be up and in the green. Do you understand what I'm saying? As opposed to playing 4 teams. The math is mathing.
I got you.
Yes. And you need 4 teams to all do their job, as opposed to, you do all separate bets. Like, there's a reason why parlays in general are just so difficult. So I understand, like, if you want to have fun, if you have a bonus bet or whatever you want to use, that is fine. Or you could do round robin bets. Have you ever done these? Which is a bigger investment, but if you feel like your instincts are strong and you're like, hey, I think at least 3 of 4 of these will hit, that's another way to play it.
So I will play round robins during college football and NFL season sometimes, but I probably, for the same reason you're laying out here as to why to avoid parlays on the money line in baseball, avoid the round robin bets as well, because I'm like, well, that's not. Yeah, I need 3 of 4 of those to hit. Nah, and I got to spend that much more. No, so you're I appreciate this conversation because you have effectively talked me back in off the ledge, Chelsea.
I'm not saying that you can't do it. I'm just saying it's not a smart bet. Because, like, we all make stupid bets, right? Like, we're not sharp bettors. That's the thing. If you want to have fun with your bets, go right ahead. Like, we are doing this for entertainment because people love to say this to me about teasers in the NFL. I love teasers. I just love it. I think there is some sort of a sharp angle because, not to get too, into, sports handicapping is that, like, there's something called a Wong teaser, which is like favorites of 1.5 to 2.5. And you go through so many key numbers that over time, they have been proven to be profitable. But listen, it's just nice to have some extra points to play with. That's the point of teasers. And I feel like the NFL lines are so sharp that is how you take advantage of it. The people are like, teasers, Chelsea, just play it on the money line or whatever. They're like, if you don't have faith in this team, just play the other side. And I understand the logic, but I have fun playing teasers and I'm not going to stop.
And I'm not going to tell you to stop, which is why I think I might still do this stupid money line parlay later on these 4 games.
Okay, so let's hear it.
It's supposed to be fun.
Let's hear the parlay in question.
Okay, I'm going to start with the Brewers because we started the day talking about the Brewers and the absolute demolition of the Pirates last night. The Brewers are red hot, obviously. A second 11-game winning streak in a row. First time in how many years that's happened. They're going for a clean dozen tonight. And oh, by the way, they've got Brandon Woodruff on the mound, who has yet in his 6 starts this year to give up more than 2 earned runs. Against this red-hot Pirates off... No, that's not how that works. Against the Pirates lineup? Please, yes. Brewers' run line is still minus 105. So, Brewers' money line minus 235. So, if you want to bet the Brewers, you have to take the run line tonight. But I this afternoon, I should say. So, I will take the Brewers, especially with Woodruff going up against this dismal Pirates lineup that was shut out yet again last night. That's the first leg of this thing. Second leg, Padres, Giants, Nick Pivetta on the mound for San Diego, another red-hot starting pitcher. Other than getting dinged for 5 against the Red Sox last Friday, in his last 8 starts, he's got a sub-2 ERA, 1.78, and a sub-0.8 whip, so he's not putting guys on base, people aren't scoring, and again, we're not exactly talking about Murderer's Row in the Giants lineup. So Padres run line, plus 110. There's your plus money run line bet. Money line, minus 160. I'll throw in a third leg because we're getting silly here today. Phillies, Reds, and there's a number of different ways to look at this. Maybe it's a first 5 under because you got Christopher Sanchez against Hunter Green. But I think I'll go Phils, again, just because of the Christopher Sanchez effect. I mean, has he given up? I think he's given up more than 3 earned runs once this year. That's it. Sanchez, we were talking about those top 50 player rankings earlier, should be much closer to Zach Wheeler on that list than he is. Maybe even ahead of Wheeler. I'll do one better. How about that? Phillies run line plus 125 against the Reds today, minus 140 on the money line. The last one I'll throw out there, Jays against the Cubs in Toronto. I don't think Gausman's been as good lately at home, but over his last 8 starts, he's averaging 6.5 strikeouts a game, almost 6.5 strikeouts a game. He's got a sub-1 whip and a 2.54 ERA against another decent starting pitcher in Cade Horton, but I think I like the Jays. Again, run line plus 155, money line a little more affordable at minus 135. If I parlayed those 4 on the money line, Chelsea, which again, you've told me is not smart, but when have I ever been accused of being smart? Almost 6-1 at BetMGM.
All right, so let's break this down. All right, first bet, Milwaukee. I am on board for this. I feel like the run line makes a lot of sense. I think even if you do play this parlay, play this by itself, just, so you get a winner. Because it does feel like a pretty solid bet, at least according to the numbers. Because I think when you do run line bets, you need to play teams that have good run differential. Milwaukee has the best run differential in all of baseball, which means, they are beating teams by a lot of runs. Like, they have a run differential of 152, which is absolutely wild, which is, I think, 35 runs ahead of the next team, which is the Cubs. So I think that goes into the handicap when you're playing run lines. Similarly, this is why I feel a little shaky when it comes to the Phillies. The Phillies are top 5 in run differential. I'll give them that. But do you see some of these Phillies scores? Like for the lineup that the Phillies have, they don't score a ton of runs, at least in this recent stretch. You know, they won 3-2, 4-2, 4-1, and then they lost last night 6-1. So do you get what I'm saying? Is that the Phillies lineup, they should be good, but I don't know. They're super streaky.
Yeah, and that's why, like I said, that Phils-Reds game I'm not totally sold on yet, especially with the starting pitching matchup against Hunter Green. That might be more of a first 3, first 5, first 7 under kind of deal.
Well, Hunter Green's coming back to the rotation for the first time. So he hasn't made a start in the big league since, I think, June, but he is really good, and he was good before he, went to his rehab assignment. So I don't know. I feel like if there's any factor or arrow pointing in a different direction other than the one that I like, that doesn't go on the card for me. Like, we want to feel good about our bets. Like, I'm somebody who doesn't play a big card. I want to feel good about the teams. What was the other one? The Blue Jays? I think that's the only one I didn't.
Padres, Giants, and Blue Jays, Cubs, yeah.
Oh, Padres, Giants. Okay, so Padres, Giants was one of my first impression roses. Like, when you look at the slate and you look at the pitching matchup, and you're like, okay, this is a good one. Then I saw the price. I was like, minus 160? Ugh. Because it's, like, right over the threshold of, like, what I really want to spend. Right. I think there is other ways to play this. And obviously you brought up the run line. I think that's a good option. Because the Giants offense just, it doesn't have a ton of pop to it. Like the Giants have a really good bullpen, but it's not a team that I trust with my money very often because their bats can go super cold. So you can either lay the juice at minus 160. I'm not seeing any first 5 bets over at BetMGM, but I would imagine you could play a first 5 run line. If you truly want to say, hey, Nick Pivetta has been so good and I trust this offense a little bit more, if the Padres are winning in the first 5 innings, you can play that as well. So I would have to look at that number. But then the other one was the Blue Jays. I don't think this one stood out to me because at the basis of this, I don't really like either of these pitchers. And both of these offenses are so good. Because the Cubs, one of the best offenses in all of baseball. We talk about run differential. They are second best. But, the Blue Jays are right up there as well. One of the hotter teams in all of baseball. So when it's 2 good teams, like, I don't want to fade either team. Do you get what I'm saying? So I just don't feel strongly about it.
And I know you love your home road splits too. And like I said, Gausman has not been as good at home lately as he has been on the road, this one in Toronto. So I'll appreciate you pumping the brakes on the Phils, Reds, and Blue Jays, Cubs bets.
I'm not saying they won't hit. I am just providing the sabotage factor because I'm a super positive person.
Sorry, that took a little more out of me than I thought it would.
Well, because I think that's a good practice to have in sports betting is that you need to look at both sides. Because people love to look at the positive and be like, okay, here's why this bet should go right. But you need to take a long, hard look at why this bet could go wrong. Because at the end of the day, if you make a smart bet and you look in the mirror and you say, okay, all the numbers line up, all I can do is sit here and hope that it pans out. But if you saw a sabotage factor before the game started and then it comes true, that's when you're like, okay, I saw that coming. Why did I do that?
Yeah. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So I think you're probably going to play the parlay no matter what. There was one game I wanted to throw in there that we hadn't mentioned. If we're talking about strong starting pitchers, Mariners, Orioles, I feel like this smells like an under the whole way. The Mariners, I feel like usually I go with unders here because their offense. Yes, they have Cal Raleigh, but we saw it last night. The meeting between these two ended 1-0. And also the Orioles have Trevor Rogers throwing today. And Trevor Rogers has been really good. I know the Orioles aren't, the sexiest team to talk about right now. But boy, has Rogers been good. 1 earned run or fewer or 0 in each of his last 3 starts. I know one of those was against the Rockies, but 1 earned run against a good Phillies lineup, 1 earned run against a good Cubs lineup. So I think that goes into the under here. You either play first 5 under and don't sweat the Orioles bullpen, or you go full game under, because I feel like 8.5 is a touch high.
Yeah, he's another one like Sanchez that I don't think has given up more than 2 earned runs in more than 1 start this year, Rogers. And he started, I think he's got 10 starts under his belt now this season. So, yeah, that's a real good look for a first 5 under, or maybe even a game under, given, like you said, the state of both offenses.
Maybe it needs to be added to your parlay. Who knows? Coming up next, time to whine about it on a Wednesday. It's my favorite segment of the entire show. We get paid to complain. It's next on the Daily Tip.
DJ Glasser, Bet Sweats here. Wednesday morning at 9:20 Eastern, we look at all the possibilities for the Aaron Rodgers experiment in Pittsburgh. The NFL previews continue on the next Bet Sweats.
BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back. It is Chelsea Messenger here with Chris Mack, who is filling in for Jenks while he's on vacation. And we do have a little bit of breaking news on this Wednesday. James Cook of the Buffalo Bills just signed a new deal worth $30 million guaranteed. It is a 4-year deal, $48 million contract extension. And here's what goes along with it, according to Tom Pelissero. Despite logging just 48% of snaps last season, Cook is now going to make $12 million a year and, quote, look to bring Buffalo to its first Super Bowl alongside NFL MVP Josh Allen. And let's start from there. I feel like James Cook needs to send Josh Allen some sort of edible arrangement. I feel like this is a great example of a quarterback making a running back look a lot better. I'm not saying that James Cook is not a great running back. I am just saying your job is a lot easier when you have to defend Josh Allen behind the line of scrimmage as well.
Yes. But did any of us really think this one? Add this to the list of contract disputes, holdouts, hold-ins this summer. Did we really ever think it wasn't going to get done? We knew it was going to get done because, again, look what else Buffalo is dealing with on that offense. If they don't have James Cook, yes, NFL MVP Josh Allen, I get it. But were they going to go into the season without James Cook? No, it was going to get done. So not totally surprised. Maybe if they're gifting things back and forth, Chelsea, Josh Allen could gift some of those goal line touchdowns back to James Cook.
Well, he won't go that far.
No.
Known touchdown vulture Josh Allen will not be giving any of those back. But that's why it makes it so hard to defend is when you have a quarterback like that. Like for us who bet on anytime touchdowns, it's not great. When you have quarterbacks like Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson, who, takes away touchdowns from my dude, Derrick Henry. But it just makes it that much harder to defend at the line of scrimmage, especially in those goal line situations. As far as where this ranks among other quarterbacks, for average per year, Saquon's at $20 million a year. Christian McCaffrey's at 19. Derrick Henry 15. Jonathan Taylor 14. Alvin Kamara 12-2. Josh Jacobs 12. So then it would be James Cook. Do you think that sounds about right as far as like rankings go?
I think he's in the right neighborhood. I do think it's interesting that after running back valuations had kind of bottomed out, 3 years ago, 2, 3, 4 years ago, that we're starting to see a little bit of an increase again. It's not wide receiver money. It's not edge rusher money, obviously. It's not even corner money. And it's certainly not quarterback money. But you're starting to see some running backs get paid again based off the back of, obviously, what Saquon did last year in his first year with the Eagles, what James Cook means to the Bills offense, what Derrick Henry provided for Lamar Jackson. We're seeing, I think, a refound, not newfound, but a refound appreciation for the running back, as it were.
Well, I think especially with some of these running backs who can catch passes. Because if you can make yourself valuable in that aspect, like you're not playing multiple positions, but you are just providing yourself as a bigger or a more valuable commodity in the offense, right? Like, isn't that why Saquon's valuable as well? Because he can catch passes. He's not just, running the ball down the middle or, playing a traditional running back role. A lot of these running backs now are good pass catchers.
Yeah, you have to be. Otherwise, you're going to be taken off the field on third down. Somebody else is going to come in and
Derrick Henry.
Talk about vulturing carries or touchdowns or whatever it may be. They're going to come in and it's why we have so many running backs by committee now around the league. But I do think this is another sign that maybe we're getting back, at least in some places, where backs are capable of catching the ball and being 3-down running backs, getting back more to that RB1 philosophy, not necessarily a workhorse or a bell cow or whatever cliched term you want to use, but a guy who can stay on the field more often.
Yeah, this was like the one knock against Derrick Henry when he was here in Tennessee is that he wasn't a great pass-catching running back. So if he was on the field in third down situations, everyone and their mom knew that we were running the football. And that was a huge problem because, they always stuff us because Derrick Henry's one of those guys that it feels like he's at his best when he can get past the line of scrimmage. Well, obviously, you get what I'm saying is that he gradually accumulates speed over time. So if you stop him at the line of scrimmage, he's not one of those shifty backs that are getting out of that. So we'd have to have Tyjae Spears on the field to catch some passes, as opposed to guys like Christian McCaffrey and Saquon who can do it all and are the ultimate Swiss Army knives. One other thing that I laughed about for this story is the fact that Tom Pelissero also said that James Cook is now in Buffalo for the long haul. 4 years is the long haul. What a sad concept. I understand it's for the position of running back and it's the NFL, but 4 years being a long-term deal? Oh, no.
Welcome to the NFL at any position other than quarterback, right? If you get, even at quarterback, right? If you get anything guaranteed beyond the first year, it's a wild success. In 4 years, yeah, it might as well be a long-term commitment.
Yeah, for a running back, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But I just think of those baseball deals where it's Mike Trout's going to be here for the next 35 years. Juan Soto's going to be here for the next 12 years. So once again, baseball players, they get the better contracts, but we already knew that. All right. So every Wednesday we get the joy and the pleasure of complaining, and we call it Whine About It Wednesday, where we tell you what's really grinding our gears on this specific week of the year. So let's do it.
Why talk about it when you can whine about it?
Whine, whine, whine.
Here on Whining Wednesday
Do you want to hear whining?
on the Daily Tip.
Oh, man. I love this segment. I think that complaining is fine as long as you make it funny. I think that's the premise of this segment.
Sure.
Is complaining's okay. And people are why would you want to be around a negative person? Have you heard stand-up comedy? All they do is complain, but they make it funny. So it's, great to listen to and you laugh. So I think, that's where we start in this segment. So, Chris, is there something you want to complain about this week that's really grinding your gears?
I have a 16-year-old daughter. Can I start there? No. I'll keep it to the world of sports. And I'll start with this because I saw somebody post about this on social media yesterday or the day before. Be careful. I know you're in love and you want to celebrate it with the world and everybody close to you. And you want to schedule your wedding for the perfect Saturday. And just imagine what it'll be like in mid-October, and if it's beautiful out, we could have a great wedding, and we'll do it at a barn. It'll be awesome. Guess what? I'm going to miss college football Saturday because I've got to come to your wedding, and it's your third, and I don't care anymore. Yes, we're friends. Yes, I'll still have a beer with you. Sure, you're a good guy. But we don't have to schedule the weddings in the fall. If you're going to do it in the fall, at least be smart about it. Understand how college football schedules work and that you're more likely to hit on a Saturday in early to mid-September when people may not be sitting there checking their phones the entire time during the reception to see what the score is of their favorite game. Search that college football schedule as soon as it comes out. You had to get the floral arrangements done in April. I don't care. Search that college football schedule and make sure I'm not going to miss anything of consequence. I will say I'm going to a wedding on September 20th, and I don't think this couple thought about the college football schedule ahead of time, but it's going to end up working out because I'm really not going to miss too much, I don't think. There's Florida, Miami, there's Illinois, Indiana, but other than that, there's not a lot of great games on the schedule that weekend, so I'm feeling okay about that wedding on Saturday, September 20th that I have to go to, Chelsea. But stop scheduling your weddings on weekends in the fall when there are massive college football games being played. Thank you.
I feel like this is definitely echoed by a lot of people. Fall weddings are a thing now because I understand.
Yes.
The summer, it's too hot for guys to wear, suits. And I understand that. But just know if you have a fall wedding, don't get mad when people have their phones out at the reception. Do you get what I'm saying? Is that like you can still watch these games? Like if you're the bride, like don't get mad when nobody's paying attention to the first dance. They're all like reacting to a first down from the Georgia Bulldogs.
Right. We just. What? I told the DJ to play Cha-Cha Slide so everybody would go out and dance, but everybody's at the bar watching the game. Why? Well, because you scheduled it during Penn State, Ohio State, you big dummy.
Yeah, you live in America. Like, football is America's pastime, right? Like, have some feel for the country that you live in.
Read the room.
We know that football, rules the roost in America, so just don't do it. All right, so we're running out of time, and I did want to complain about something. And you tell me if I'm being a hater. Because my husband was like, Chelsea, you're being a hater. This is really mean. Okay, so now that my daughter goes to school, I have to drop her off. And there is a traffic cop who dances while he directs traffic. I feel like social media has ruined real life for so many people because you see videos of this, and everybody online is like, oh, it's so cool. He loves his job. I need you to give me clear directions on if I need to go or stop. None of this pulling the rope nonsense. Does that mean go or does that mean stop? Do your job. If you want to dance while you have some free time, that's fine if you're living life. But it's one of those things where I feel like he does this specifically so he gets somebody to film him and put it on Facebook. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't care. I feel like everybody wants to be social media famous, and they do nonsense like this. Not for love of the game, but for love of attention.
Maybe he's doing it for the kids, because the kids love pulling up. Oh, there, look, he's dancing, and he wants to create sort of that fun atmosphere for the kids as they pull into school. That was a very Belichickian do your job that you dropped in there, though. Do your job.
How many times do I have to react, though? Like, the first time you're like, ha, 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 hey. Do I have to do that every time I drop off my daughter at school?
No, you're free to be a hater and just completely ignore him. Yeah.
I don't want to give him attention. Like, it is a petty feud now that I have with this cop. I'm not looking at you in the eye. You give me the direction and I'll go, but nothing else, nothing more. All right, hour 3 is next. Maybe I'll be less of a hater, but who knows? It's next on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Wake up, people. Rise and shine. It's time for Hour 3 of the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Chris Mack, filling in for Jinx today. And a special salute to our viewers on Stadium. You can catch us there every weekday, and you can follow it on BallySportsLive.com, the Bally Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and any other platform you can probably think of. All right, so over the next hour, here's what's on the menu. We'll start with a betting term we use a lot on the show, and it's called the circle of trust. We will talk about this with MLB pitchers because over the last week, some of our founding members of the circle of trust have been blowing it for our bets and for these games. We will examine if we should keep these players in the circle of trust, or do we excommunicate them and bring somebody else into the circle of trust. Maybe we'll expand this conversation to include some of the NFL teams that are in the circle of trust that have really high floors. And then at 8:20, we go on to Frank Schwab, NFL and sports betting analyst for Yahoo Sports. He will give us all the knowledge on maybe some year-long props, some best bets in the NFL, and more. And then finally, we saved our absolute best for last. Our best bets of the entire day come your way at 8:40. All right, Chris Mack. So for the people at home who do not know, you're a Pittsburgh guy. You cover the Steelers.
Yes.
You cover the Pirates. So one of the top members of the Circle of Trust in baseball is Paul Skeens. Jenks and I both bet on Paul Skeens to keep his ish together by betting first 7 and first 5 unders. But Paul Skeens gave up 4 earned runs yesterday to the Brewers, who I will give to him are the hottest team in all of baseball. But is this a start where you scratch your head and you say, oh my gosh, Paul Skeens is broken, throw him in the trash, there is no future? Or do you say, hey, this is a blip on the radar, there is a reason most pitchers do not end the season with ERAs under 2, and maybe he should remain in the circle of trust?
You have to keep Paul Skeens in the circle of trust, not just because I'm a massive Paul Skeens fan, but because every time Skeens has an outing like this, and look, they're few and far between. Mm-hmm. I think this is maybe the third one this year where he's given up 4 earned runs or more, and twice that's happened against the Brewers. Every time it happens, though, he immediately bounces back with a quality start the next time out. Gave up 5 earned and 6 to the Cardinals way back in early April. Bounced back in the next start, giving up just 1 earned run and 3 hits through 6 against admitted the lowly Nationals, but still a quality start. And actually, I think got a win in that game. So congratulations. The Pirates gave him some run support in that one. We mentioned the prior one against the Brewers back at the end of June, 4 earned runs in 4 innings, bounced back with 2 consecutive scoreless outings, each only 5 innings, but 2 consecutive scoreless outings against the Cardinals and the Mariners. So I would suspect the same the next time Skeens is out there. I think he bounces back in a big way. So I'm begging on Paul Skeens' behalf, please do not excommunicate him from the circle of trust, Chelsea.
Yes. And especially since he only gave up 4 earned runs, which, like, the sky's not falling. Like, this wasn't a disastrous inning where he didn't get out of it and didn't, record an out. So, as I was mentioning, he's not the only pitcher that struggled this week that is in the circle of trust. Tariq Skubal last Friday gave up 4 runs. Nathan Eovaldi gave up 5 runs on Monday. Nathan Eovaldi had an ERA under 2, and I still believe that he does, despite giving up those 5 runs. Garrett Crochet, who would probably win the Cy Young if it weren't for Tariq Skubal, gave up 5 runs. I think it was on either Monday or Tuesday. And then yesterday, Paul Skeens gave up those 4 earned runs. So I think my point being is that even the best pitchers in Major League Baseball are not going to go the entire season without some of those, I don't want to call them blow-ups, because some of these aren't even blow-ups. Like 4 runs is not a blow-up to me. It is maybe you give up a few pitches that, you wish you could have had back, or somebody just makes good connection on a good pitch. And that's the thing with the Brewers. The fact that Paul Skeens has given up 2 of his worst starts of the year to the Brewers, who are the best offense in baseball right now, have the best run differential by a mile, I feel like is nothing to hang your hat on. I will say this, Paul Skeens far and away is the youngest member of the Circle of Trust, because usually I reserve the Circle of Trust for guys who are veteran pitchers, where we have a very large sample size. Guys like Nathan Eovaldi, who, it's not a 1-year thing. Why do you think we give that credit to Paul Skeens? Like, it's wild that he's only 23, and I feel like I have the reverence for him that I have for somebody who's been in the majors 5 or 6 years.
Probably just because of the utter dominance, right? Like, we only have, 14 months of a track record. So you're right. It's incredibly thin, the body of work, as compared to some of these other guys. But part of it has to do with just the utter dominance that we see at times. And then the other part of it is, like I said, he bounces back. These, like you said, blow-up starts, if you want to call them that, 4 earned runs in 4 innings for Skeens, are so few and far between. And then he does bounce back in such a great way that if you get burned, like you and Jenks did yesterday on the first 5 under on a Skeens start, I think you go back next time and immediately double down on that pitcher. And I would throw Skubal and Eovaldi into that mix as well. Eovaldi, that's the first time all year I think he's given up 5 earned runs in a start. So that's a blip on the radar for him. Skubal, I think, has had a couple of pockets of rough starts, back-to-back rough starts, if you want to call them rough, again, by his standards. But he's always bounced back as well. He hasn't strung together what we would consider 3 poor, I'm making air quotes for those of you watching on Stadium, you can see that, what we would call poor Tarek Skubal starts in a row. 1 or 2, and then he bounces right back, snaps right back. So I think all 3 of those guys are worthy of, like your annoying traffic cop, being roped back in, pulled back into the Circle of Trust.
Oh, that dance move. Not one of the best that, the suburban white folk have put out there. But going back to Paul Skeens, I think the reason that I trust him, like, implicitly is the way that he carries himself. Like, he doesn't carry himself like a 23-year-old kid. Like, I feel like he carries himself like a veteran, and also the way that his peers speak about him. Because I noticed this when he was first drafted, is that usually there are the people who say, hey, it's really hard to make it in the big leagues. He's probably going to have to, like, take his lumps in the minors or whatever. But most people I heard from that, like, played in the big leagues were like, this guy's going to be really good. Like, he has such good stuff. And we have heard that at every level, where everybody is just amazed by, his mentality, his, pitch repertoire, and, the way that he is such a workhorse, and, the way that he bounces back from adversity. He just feels unflappable.
Yeah, I will say that I have multiple friends in Baton Rouge who told me that throughout his run at LSU, who said, yeah, no, this guy could pitch in the majors right now, and he'd be ready to go. And I went, really? Come on. You sure about that? Yeah, come on. But he's paid off on that. Totally. You're right. He has that veteran mentality. Although, again, I'll point out that last night was one of the first times I've seen him not visibly frustrated even, but I think his work was maybe affected just a bit by, even if it was subconsciously, that lack of run support. Maybe 1 or 2 of his pitches weren't quite working the way he wanted them to. You could see the Pirates catcher, Henry Davis, walk out there for a mound visit at one point. I think it was after the Contreras double that scored Sal Frelick in a Pirates game, what amounts to blowing it open, gave them a multiple run lead, Milwaukee, over Pittsburgh. And he walked out there, and you couldn't read lips, but you could kind of tell that Henry Davis was just telling him, hey, just trust your stuff. If pitch A or pitch B isn't working, let's just go with pitch C and pitch D. You've got a deep arsenal. Let's go with what is working. But I think Skeens struggled at times last night to do that, and kind of tried to pick some corners, or maybe left some stuff out over the plate deeper into counts, and they ended up driving it, including that Frelick homer to lead off the game. And that's the first time I've seen him look a little bit, I guess tentative is the best word, not scared by any means, and not visibly frustrated, like I said, on the mound. But yeah, you could see it reflected in his work. Maybe not on his face or in his body language, but in what he was throwing, you could see it reflected that maybe he didn't totally trust his stuff especially against the stacked Brewers lineup that is just obliterating every baseball anywhere near the strike zone.
Right. Yeah, the Brewers are just a tough lineup. So if you miss a pitch, they're going to make you pay. Is there an NFL comp to what Paul Skeens is? I was just thinking about this. Like, who is the youngest member of the Circle of Trust in the NFL? Like, it feels like it has to be Jaden Daniels, right? Like, is he one of those quarterbacks where the sample size is small, but what he has done in that small sample size, do you trust him in his second year? Or do you think the NFL is different? Obviously, it's a team game. You know, some of it matters what's around him. But is Jaden Daniels in the Circle of Trust for you?
He's close. He's outside, creepily peering in through the window, trying to figure out how he gets into the Circle of Trust, I think. Jalen Hurts, I think, would already be in the Circle of Trust, because you talk about that unflappable mentality. I never look at Jalen Hurts and see a guy who looks like he's playing scared, even if he's not playing his absolute best game on a given day. And look, it helps when you're insulated by that offensive line and the weapons around him, including Saquon Barkley. But I look at him and go, that guy never really looks like, he just always looks calm and confident and composed. And I never look at Jalen Hurts and go, ooh, that guy's on the precipice of melting down or completely breaking down because things aren't working for him today. And despite the lumps that he took last year at times, I'd probably include CJ Stroud on that list too. Like, I never look at Stroud and see a guy who looks like he's playing scared, even when, like he was at times last year, is being absolutely beaten up and chased around by the opposing front seven.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that. I feel like CJ Stroud is not on the top of people's minds anymore. Like, I think he's kind of lost that luster. And especially since Jaden Daniels is like the new hot thing. And I think people want to talk about Jaden Daniels a little bit more. But when it comes to the Texans, they're in a very winnable division. And CJ Stroud should get better this year. As you know, you would expect the trajectory to continue going up. And hopefully he doesn't have the injuries this year. Like, who was that receiver that got hurt like really badly during the Chiefs game? Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Tank Dell.
I feel like I have to pull this. Who?
Tank Dell.
Tank Dell. Yeah, that was like horrifying to watch. I remember I was in a Mexican restaurant and like CJ Stroud was like crying. So, you know, granted that he hopefully does not have the injury, this luck that he had last year, you know, he'll keep his receivers healthy. I would imagine he goes to the Circle of Trust. Like, who's on the fringe of the Circle of Trust? Like, not for the young guys. Because I think there are guys that in the regular season, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, I think Matt Stafford's probably on that list. Joe Burrow.
Mm-hmm.
Who am I missing here in the Circle of Trust? Guys you can really trust to get the job done. Is Jared Goff there?
He might be. I'll be honest, the most recent season of Quarterback on Netflix, which I haven't finished watching, but watched the first couple episodes of, I always do such a bad job of remaining unbiased after I've watched these guys behind the scenes. It's why I have such a soft spot now for Kirk Cousins after both seasons of Quarterback. But something about Jared Goff, like the same thing, never really plays like he's out of control. Like, always calm, cool, collected, confident. Again, look at the weapons around him. If I were him, I'd have a hard time being frightened as well. I'll dump it off to Amon-Ra. I've got plenty of weapons at my disposal. But he's done a good job, I think, of morphing since he came over to Detroit and went through the hard times early on into one of those quarterbacks who you trust that even if he throws a bad pick, you take a step back and go, I understand what he was trying to do there. He wasn't panicky.
Well, I think also because he has been through adversity in his career, and he's been in those spots where he has not been, cheered as loudly as some of these other guys. So I feel like it makes those type of guys not immune to adversity, but they handle it better because they have a better view on life. Do you get what I'm saying? And I think that's why I usually do not have a lot of young guys in my Circle of Trust, because they haven't been forged by fire and they haven't hit that wall of adversity yet, where I'm wondering if that's going to come for Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, and it could be this year, right? Like we talked about McLaurin earlier, and I know some people say training camp and preseason is just there to sort of go through the motions in some cases, but if Jaden Daniels doesn't get some sort of reps with Terry McLaurin before the regular season starts, I know they've got the foundation they built together last year in place, but I still feel like you've got to refine that rhythm and timing just a little bit before the season starts. If they don't get that with McLaurin, if he doesn't sign until the day of their first game, do you necessarily feel confident that Daniels is going to hit the ground running week one and not have the league sort of punch back against what he was able to do well last year?
Yeah. Who's in the circle of trust for Frank Schwab? The analyst for Yahoo Sports stops by next on the Daily Tip.
The Daily Tip will be right back on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM. Welcome back to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Welcome back. Off and rolling here in hour 3 of the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Chris Mack filling in for Jinx today. And in a few minutes, we will tag in Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports to talk all things sports betting. So before we bring him on, quickly, Chris Mack, do you play fantasy football and how many teams do you manage?
Yes, one team, and I've been in the same league with a bunch of guys from the neighborhood for, I think this will be our 14th season this year. We just got the invite for the draft last night. Funny you ask, Chelsea. That was going to be one of the things I was going to whine about today on our Whine About Wednesday is teams that draft before the preseason is over. Don't do that. Don't do that to the guys in your league. Wait till the preseason is over. You got all Labor Day weekend to get together virtually or together, have a few wings, a couple beers, maybe grill, and draft after the preseason is over.
Yeah, your fantasy football team doesn't need to take snaps together. There's not an aspect of they don't need extra time to prepare. Yeah, I'm not a big fantasy football person just because I feel like props are the better iteration of fantasy football. Like if you believe in a player, you bet on his prop and you don't have to commit to him for the entire season. But let's bring him on now. He is Frank Schwab. He is a sports betting and sports analyst for Yahoo Sports. Finished 33rd in the Westgate Super Contest back in 2017 and also has been killing it with his NFL picks. So Frank, let's start by asking this. Do you find there is a very direct corollary from fantasy football analysis to betting on props?
Oh, 100%, yes. I mean, that's what it's the crossover. The Venn diagram is just a circle. I mean, and I also think that I also think playing fantasy baseball is a direct corollary to betting on baseball props and baseball in general, because you just have to have such a knowledge of the starting pitching base in fantasy baseball that I know. I bet baseball every day, and I play in 10+ fantasy baseball leagues. That I know which pitchers have been doing well, doing poorly. I know Freddie Peralta wins just about every time he goes out there, and et cetera, et cetera. So I know Spencer Strider's been ups and down and struggling his last few starts. Stuff like that. Yes, absolutely. I think that the more you bet on props, the better you're going to be at fantasy, and the more you play fantasy, the better you're going to bet on props. I definitely agree with that.
Real quick then, Frank, before we pivot to football, because that's why we want to talk to you this morning. We've talked a ton this morning about Paul Skeens getting, by his standards, right, roughed up a bit by the Brewers last night. When you see a dependable starting pitcher who you've been betting on throughout the year, we talked about Nathan Eovaldi getting roughed up last time out, Skubal last time out. Do you necessarily look at that and say, hey, I'm going to back away for a start? Or do you look at that as evidence to go in even deeper on a guy his next time around if he's been dependable and bouncing back from rough outings?
Usually I give him one bad start. It happens. I mean, Eovaldi the other night gave up a few long balls. It just doesn't happen, right? He's been so dependable all year. So generally, it's all contextual. I mean, did the guy get BABIP'd to death? I mean, was it just a bunch of dumb singles and all that kind of stuff? And how's the bullpen doing? Are they rested? I mean, we know this stuff. It's all there's so much that goes on in it. But I won't give up on a guy if he has one bad start. And I will say, as a Milwaukee-born guy, I'm not betting anybody against my Milwaukee Brewers right now. Let's go. Let's win 12 in a row today.
Yeah, what a season they're having. Best run differential in all of baseball by a lot. So let's pivot to football now. And so I want to ask you this.
I just talk Brewers, I guess.
I'll talk baseball all day, but unfortunately the people love the NFL. So let's give them some NFL.
Yeah.
All right, so who is poised to make the biggest jump from last year to this year in fantasy football? Because, you can look at everybody's list of, the most productive fantasy quarterbacks, running backs, or whatever. But I think why we have people like you on the show is to find those people that people are not talking about. Like, who's somebody under the radar that you think is going to be like a massive jump from last year to this year for some reason or another?
Yeah, and I mean, I think one of the biggest categories for that is kind of the second-year receiver. And the guy I really like is Keon Coleman. I think we're going down the list a little bit. I could give you, first and second round picks, but everybody knows those guys. Keon Coleman's a guy I'm really loading up on in fantasy because I think that when you're catching balls from the MVP, when you have a draft pedigree like Keon did, early second, he could have been a first round pick. He was coming along before his wrist injury last year. I thought he was warming up. Khalil Shakir has a high ankle sprain now. That lingers for a while with guys, although he played pretty well through it last year. Keon Coleman is a guy that just sticks out to me as, okay, this guy is going to be pretty darn good this year. Also, I'm like everybody else, George Pickens. Everybody loves George Pickens this year in the fantasy community in Dallas because who the heck else is going to throw the ball? And Justin Fields, another guy. Justin Fields is a guy I'm high on in fantasy, and I'm high on the Jets. Higher on the Jets than most people, I think. Higher than the number. Let's put it that way. So there's a trio of guys, I guess, that are going to be on a lot of my teams this year.
Since you started with a guy in Buffalo, let's keep it there for just a second, Frank. And the news that James Cook contract extension out about an hour ago. Just running backs in general, and as it relates to Cook specifically, I mentioned we might be seeing a little bit of a comeback in maybe the valuation of a running back, at least contract-wise. Obviously, after Saquon's year last year, you see a few more teams in spots willing to lean on these three-down running backs. When you tie that back towards fantasy, should people be looking for backs maybe a little bit earlier than they have the last few years? And if they are, who should those backs be?
Yeah, and I think that's the way I play. I like running backs early because there's so many receivers in kind of the fifth, sixth round. Your Calvin Ridleys of the world, based on the first preseason game, Cam Ward is like, okay, I'm a really, really smart guy. I'm a rookie. How am I going to succeed as a rookie? Oh, I'm just going to find Calvin Ridley every play. That preseason drive they had against Tampa Bay was, you could tell he really, really trusts Calvin. So guys like that, receivers in that range, I really like. So I'm more apt to get, running backs early. I think the one guy, maybe you guys, because I'm supposed to know the answer to this, but I don't. What do you guys think of Christian McCaffrey? Because I can't figure it out. Christian McCaffrey, if he stays healthy and he's Christian McCaffrey, he's great. He's the best running back in football, one of the best running backs of all time, I think. But I just don't know. Thankfully for them, all the health reports have been good. All the people who like the 49ers this year, especially even over 10.5, I have to be happy that Christian McCaffrey's healthy. But I don't know what to make of him. He's the one kind of pivot point in fantasy drafts, in betting overs and in the season in general, to just say the 49ers are a different team with Christian McCaffrey. Can we expect him to just completely bounce back at age 29 and be, Marshall Faulk 2.0 like he's been, or is this going to be a different Christian McCaffrey who's not quite as good? I think he's one of the more, I guess, mysterious players of the NFL this year.
I think from a betting standpoint, guys like Christian McCaffrey, if you have any doubts about him, you don't bet on him just because he is such a big name. You're never getting value on those guys, and it feels like they're usually overvalued just because of their resume. So, from a betting standpoint, it's similar to, me betting on the Dodgers. I just never bet on the Dodgers because I always feel like they're overvalued. Even if they're a great team, you're just not getting the price that you should be getting on them, to give it to a baseball perspective. But I want to go back to something for a second. So you said you were higher on the Jets than most. I've got to ask about this. How high are you on the Jets, or are you just high?
Yeah, I'm not sitting here and telling you they're gonna, win the AFC East or anything like that. But I think that for instance, Week 1, they're, I think, 3.5 point underdogs at home against Pittsburgh. I'll take Jets all day. I think it's going to take maybe a little bit of time for Pittsburgh with Aaron Rodgers. Whereas a lot of things, I do these previews over the summer, day-by-day previews, really dig into teams. And I change my mind about teams sometimes when I'm writing about them and really spending a full day just studying them. And the thought I came away when I wrote the Jets was, I'm too low on this team. So many of the reasons I liked them last year, and I was wrong last year about the Jets. Jets were terrible last year. But so many of the reasons are still there. Yeah, they got rid of a lot of guys, but a lot of those guys were veterans at the end of their careers. You look now, and it's, Quinn Williams is still there. Sauce Gardner, Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson, a good offensive line. I really like Aaron Glenn as a coach. I think he's going to succeed there. I think he's going to be a heck of a coach there. Brings a new energy. I think Justin Fields is never going to be a great NFL passer. It's just not going to happen. But we saw in that preseason game against the Packers, he can give defenses problems. We know that. He can run the ball. And he was pretty good as a passer last year at Pittsburgh with those 3 or 4 starts, whatever he got early in the year. So I think the Jets are going to be one of those teams hovering around 500. They're going to be a tough out every week. I think they're going to play hard. I think they're going to play well on defense. I think the defense really bounces back. Defense fluctuates from year to year more than offense. So I think the defense bounces back. And I think they're going to be a team that has good value on a betting line most weeks. Again, week 1, you can see how low the market is on the Jets. I mean, being 3.5 point underdogs against the Steelers at home. I'll take that. I'll ride the Jets early in the season until the market figures out that, you know what, they're not one of the worst teams in the NFL. I think they're actually going to be. I don't think they're going to finish in last place. Let me put it to you that way. I think Miami finishes last place behind the Jets.
Yeah, at the risk of being too AFC East heavy here for a second, Frank, the other team in the East that we haven't talked about, the Patriots, I've been throughout the offseason very down on them because I think the Vrabel effect is being way overstated, and due in large part to the fact that I don't know if I necessarily trust the skill position players they put around Drake May. Is there something to, though, the fact that if Vrabel's able to lean on the run game on the offensive side of the ball, and I think there's a certain amount of trust in Ramondre Stevenson. We saw what Travion Henderson is capable of big play-wise in the first preseason game, that the Patriots can be that surprise team. And I'll still point out, even if they gain 4 wins over last year, 5 wins over last year, and still end up with a losing record, should I have a little bit more belief and maybe fall in line a little bit more with some of the Vrabel hype?
Yeah, and that's the thing. That was the biggest sticker shock I had when the win totals were released. To see them at 8.5 when they've won 8 combined the last 2 years, I was like, come on, that's ridiculous. And then you start digging into it, and I rank, who had the best free agency class. I had the Patriots number 1. The consensus draft grades this year, the Patriots had the number 1 draft class. They had the number 1 hire. You can argue Ben Johnson, and that's fine. I wouldn't get in the way there. But I thought Mike Vrabel was the best coaching hire of the offseason. So you start to combine these things, and you're like, all right, you add that with Drake May, who I really think is going to be good for fantasy too, by the way. You add that, and you say, okay, the talent's there, but that's a long way to go. But the thing I don't want to fade is the schedule. The schedule's so easy. They have the easiest schedule in the NFL this year, or second with 49ers. I know the 49ers and New England have by far the easiest 2 schedules. And you just say, well, maybe I do think they're going to be in a position to maybe get over that 8.5, as crazy as it is to do this about a team that literally has won 4 games each of the last 2 years. I'm not fading them. Let's put it that way. I'm not going on the over, but I do think they're going to be good. I think Travion Henderson is going to be a pretty good back. You are absolutely correct that they didn't do enough at receiver. I don't really bias to Steph Diggs coming off an ACL or anything like that. But I do think the Patriots are going to be a much better football team with a very, very soft schedule, and that goes a long way. And I just don't want to fade a team's over when. Or fade a team's under when you have such a soft schedule and you're going to have so many wins to pile up there early in the season.
All right, so we have a minute left, so you got to be quick with this. Who's winning the Super Bowl? Yeah. Call your shot.
Oh, Ravens. It's the Ravens for me. That's my shot. I'm taking the Ravens. Maybe I'm buying the narrative, but I thought by the end of last year they were the best team in football. Lamar Jackson got absolutely robbed of an MVP. He is the best quarterback going right now. He's phenomenal. I thought the first-round edition of Starks was great. The second-round pick of Green was great. Like, the Ravens are well coached. Their defense was one of the best in football over the last half of last year, and Lamar Jackson's Lamar Jackson. The Ravens get over the hump this year. They win the Super Bowl. I feel pretty good about that pick, too.
Ooh, they feel like a team that I feel like has like the highest floor, like their regular season juggernauts. I think it's my favorite win total because I feel like you can always count on them if Lamar is healthy to have a great season. But we'll see if they can win it all. It's been tough in the AFC to get the Chiefs out of the window. He is Frank Schwab. He is the NFL and sports betting analyst for Yahoo Sports. We know it's a busy time of year, so we really appreciate you coming on with us. Thanks so much.
Absolutely, I appreciate it. And go Brewers.
Go Brewers.
As if they needed the added help. As if the Brewers need the added help.
Well, it's the Brewers. Like, I can root for a team that hasn't been like the top dog in MLB for quite some time, right? Like, I'm ready for it to be a team other.
Have the Brewers become, stay with me for a second, the new Cardinals, where they shouldn't be there when you look at, hold on, stay with me. They shouldn't be there when you look at all the offseason moves, but then you look up and they're just there every year now. They're there.
Huh. I feel like the Cardinals used to do that. It's been a while since they've had that quality. I feel like the Cardinals are like the Steelers of MLB, but not lately. All right, coming up next, best bets come your way after the break here on the Daily Tip.
PJ Glasser, Bet Sweats here. Wednesday morning at 9:20 Eastern, we look at all the possibilities for the Aaron Rodgers experiment in Pittsburgh. The NFL previews continue on the next Bet Sweats.
Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
All right, time to land the plane. A final segment here on the Daily Tip. Thanks for joining us. Hope your Wednesday is going amazing. All right, coming up next, we'll have our best bets in mere moments here on the show. But if you are staying with us here on the network, PJ and Kate preview the Pittsburgh Steelers and give their favorite plays for tonight's MLB games. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. And Chris, looks like you're going to be on the show as well. Doing a lot for the network today. Oh, yeah, joy. You're not done.
Doing a lot today. Yeah, I said, hey, I'm doing the Daily Tip. I'm filling in for Jenks. Why don't I just go grab a coffee and some yogurt for breakfast, and then I'll pop back on and preview the Steelers with Ian's guys.
Wait. Okay, so the Steelers is what you were saying.
It's Steelers, Chelsea. You see terrible towel back there behind me. I'm going to talk like a Yinzer when I talk about Steelers.
I feel like I don't know that accent very well. Like here in Nashville, there's not many Yinzer accents. It's similar to people who are the people who are super Italian. Like you see this in the Northeast states, but like we don't have that here. So like when you see the Jersey Shore, you're like, what? Is this the same country as us? It's so wild.
Are you claiming people in Nashville don't have accents?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying we don't have those accents. Like, it's something that I was not raised around. So when you hear it, you're like, what did they just say? It's wild how many accents I feel like there are on the East Coast. I didn't know there was a Baltimore accent. Did you know that?
Yeah. It's a Pittsburgh accent is kind of like you take that East Coast, Philly, Delaware, Baltimore vibe, and you kind of mesh it with a little bit of a rednecky hillbilly. I mean this in the most flattering way possible. West Virginia Appalachian vibe, and you just drop and smash a lot of syllables together.
See, that means nothing to me. Like if I don't have like a celebrity endorser of an accent, like I can't visualize or like whatever the audio version of that is.
Pat
McAfee? Yes.
I thought he was from Indiana. That's a Yinzer accent. No, he's not. He's from Pittsburgh. He lives in Indiana now.
Okay, what does Don mean? D-A-H-N. What does that mean?
Down, not up. We're not going up. We're going down.
They say that all the time, and I'm like, what? Am I missing something? Is this an acronym? Because they put it on like the little ticker. So use it in a sentence for me.
Okay. Hey, Skeens is starting tonight. You just want to go down a ball game?
I feel like I have to like lean in and make sure. I feel like I need the subtitles on. It's like when you watch like a British show and you're like, this is the same language, but I still don't know what they're saying.
There's also
that was tough.
which is out. You know, like, hey, what are you doing tonight? You want to go out, get a few beers?
Oh my God. Here I thought the Southern accent made you sound the stupidest. I think that might take the cake. Like, I think that sounds more uneducated than a Southern accent.
You know what it does? It catches people by surprise. You think we're stupid when we talk like that. But it's all still going up here. We're thinking just the same speed as you, if not faster. It's just to catch you by surprise. It's all an elaborate ruse.
Oh, because that's the thing with Southern people is like we speak so slowly. So I lived in the Dominican Republic for a while, and then you hear them speak Spanish. You're like, why are you talking so fast? I can't understand you because you're looking at your like Spanish words, and you're like, I know some Spanish. And then they start speaking. You're like, I don't know any Spanish.
We were just in the Dominican a week ago for vacation. And look, I got up to a certain level in Spanish in high school and college. If I see the words, I know how to say them. Like I was able to walk back to the restaurant at our resort and ask the hostess if my wife had left her purse at the table, but when she started talking back to me, it was whoa, 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 whoa. Slow it down. I can't keep up with this. It's like the scene in Billy Madison where he's learning all the different things and he's learning Spanish, and the guy says something to him in Spanish, and he just stands there and looks at him with his mouth open. Like, huh? If you wrote the words down and I could read them, my brain could process it. You're just saying it way too fast.
Yeah, I'm a visual learner. Like when people say stuff to me, which is not great since I work in radio. Probably need to be the other way around.
The irony.
But here we stand, somebody who is not a morning person and not an audio-based, learner. But here we are. It's fine. I've made it this far, right? All right, yeah. Chris, so enough banter about accents. How about we give the people some winner? It's time to hear who we have the most faith in today.
Time to place your bets.
All right. My nose can't stop running, so I'm going to have to wipe it. So you get to bat lead off here, Chris Mack, since you are the guest. What's your best bet of the day?
You're suffering from the back-to-school sickness. Isn't it wonderful? So I will start by, I am going to take a step back. You talked me off the ledge with my wild 4-game MLB money line parlay, and I will whittle it back to the 2 games that I think I end up liking the most today, rather than expanding it out to the 4 that we talked about. I am going to stick with the Brewers. Frank Schwab would be happy with me about that. Brandon Woodruff has yet in 6 starts to give up more than 2 earned runs in any of those outings against that putrid Pirates lineup. So give me Milwaukee on the run line, -1.5, -105. And the Padres as well, with Nick Pivetta going against the Giants. Got dinged for 5 against the Red Sox last week, but other than that, his last 8 starts have been stellar, a sub-2 ERA. So give me the Padres as well on the run line at +110. And just for funsies, I will parlay those 2 on the money line to get +130. And since we're betting Brewers, why not Yelich over 1.5 total bases? He's 7 for 18 lifetime against Mitch Keller, so that's +120. And we didn't get to talk about the Astros and Sox today, but Christian Walker, 3 home runs and 29 plate appearances against Walker Buehler. So we'll sprinkle a little on a Christian Walker home run at +450 at BetMGM.
Christian Walker owns the Dodgers, and it feels like everybody who pitched for the Dodgers, including Walker Buehler. It's a great handicap there. All right, so for me, I'm going to go with the Brewers on the run line as well at -110. Best team in baseball, best run differential, and a great pitcher on the mound of Brandon Woodruff going against the Pirates. And also, we're going to add the Mariners and the Orioles. First 5 under 4 for -105. We've got a great pitching matchup in this one, and 2 offenses that can be a little hit or miss. So the best offense in this equation is the Mariners, but they're going as Trevor Rogers, who has a 1 ERA this year and has been fantastic. I know the Orioles have not been, the best team to talk about, but if we're talking about starting pitchers, Trevor Rogers is right up there with some of the best ones. I know it's a smaller sample size, a 1.44 ERA this year, and each of his last 3 starts, he's allowed 1 run or fewer into some good offenses, the Cubs and the Phillies. So I'm expecting Trevor Rogers to keep things tight in the first 5. And then Logan Gilbert has a 3.35 ERA and faces an Orioles lineup that's been very pedestrian this year. Bottom half of the majors in just about every statistical metric. So we'll go first 5 under 4 between the Orioles and the Mariners. All right. So usually we have the Donkster step in here, but Jinx is on vacation. And I have too much pride and shame to attempt to do a Donkster voice, so there's no Donkster today. But we do have Kate Constable, who's checking in, who is hosting Bet Sweats after us. Kate, I feel like this is a utility roundtable of people who, either are guests on the Daily Tip or fill-ins. It feels like we're all friends here, so it's nice to see a familiar face.
Top 2 utility players at the network, right, Chris? Nowhere better to be.
Yeah, we're all friends, right. And Chelsea only called me stupid once today. So
wow,
I must be doing something right.
That is pretty good.
That
I'm going to call you stupid at 9:20 when you join us on Bet Sweats.
I feel like I'm also a professional fun ruiner. Like Chris was like, Chelsea, I got this parlay that I love. I'm like, no, you don't. That parlay's stupid. But this is what you learn as a veteran wife of somebody who's been married for 11 years. Like, you learn to ruin men's fun. Like, that's what you do. I'm a fun ruiner. So Chris, you got to be on the receiving end of that. And Kate, maybe one day soon, you can be a fun ruiner in your marriage.
Well, Chelsea, I just hit 2 years yesterday, had a little anniversary. So what, I have 9 to go before I'm a fun ruiner.
Yeah, you're still a fun wife. Must be nice.
There we go. Yeah. Yeah.
What's coming up on the show?
What's coming up on the show? Chris Mack is coming up on the show. He's going to join us. Yeah, you, Chris, you. Really pulling double duty today. To talk Steelers. Lots going on with the Steelers this year. We'll get his thoughts on Cam Hayward, all that good situation. And talk MLB. Talk. We have power rankings today. I'm blanking all of a sudden on.
Are you power ranking the definitive list of best Big Ten tailgates today, Kate?
No, but
is that today's show?
I would really like to, because I have a lot of thoughts on Big Ten tailgates or tailgates in general. As you heard yesterday, Chelsea, Iowa State's tailgate, the parking lot that they tailgate in is just, it's nothing special. Iowa City, you also get a couple parking lots you tailgate in, but you also, they shut down all the streets around around Kinnick. You have like the cute little side streets that wind, and there's trees and stuff. So yesterday on the show, I was arguing that there are better parking lots to tailgate in than others.
Okay, so that's your rival, right? Iowa State?
Yeah.
Like, I think that it is a great thing where you can find any way to dunk on your rival. So, like, that feels like that's what you're doing there. You're like, hey, nobody asked you about Iowa State, but she's going to talk about it.
Oh, yeah. The tailgate food is bad. I don't even remember what it is.
In case anybody was wondering or thinking about championing Iowa State, don't do it in front of Kate. She's next on Bet Sweats. That's going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. For me, for Chris Mack, for the entire crew, go out and have a fantastic Wednesday. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network, sponsored by BetMGM.
Good morning. Welcome into Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network. He is PJ Glasser. I'm Kate Constable. We're in for Joe and Sam. The rest of the week I am in. PJ will take a little break, much deserved break the next couple days, and Sean Little will be joining me for the rest of the week here on Bet Sweats. We're going to talk to another friend of the network, Chris Mack, coming up in about 20 minutes as we continue our countdown to kickoff. We'll talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers today, and Chris, being up in Pittsburgh, knows a thing or two about what's going on at camp out there. We will also Foul Territory today. Will be someone from Foul Territory. Paul, remind me who you just said is joining us.
We got Eric Kratz in the mix. Eric Kratz in the mix today.
Yes, thank you. Eric Kratz from Foul Territory joining us at the 11 o'clock Eastern hour. We're going to do some power ranking today. Most impactful injuries. We'll rank those, or contract disputes, I suppose. And then also talk through today's Major League Baseball card. Lot to talk about in Major League Baseball after a couple big games last night. We'll get into all that good stuff. If you miss anything throughout the show, you can always listen back on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast, obviously in podcast form. If you want to watch the show today, you can do so over on Twitch and YouTube. Just search BetMGM Network. PJ, how are we doing this morning?
Okay, we're doing good this morning. Waking up, this early is getting a little bit easier. I like to sleep in, and because my show's not until 1 o'clock, I'm usually waking up at like 8:30, 9 o'clock. So these earlier wake-up calls, now that it's day 3, getting a little bit easier, ready to roll. I'm not a coffee guy. I've never had a sip of coffee in my entire life, so it's pure will waking up every morning.
PJ, yeah. Like I think everyone has like a serial killer trait, like something that's just off about you, right? That might be your serial killer trait right there, is no coffee. Like Paul is just pounding the coffee right now. I've already had a cup of coffee and I'm having an energy drink that's almost gone right now. Like, I don't know have you just never cared to take a sip of coffee?
Yeah. Like, I've had, like, a sip before, and I just don't like the taste. I've also had, like, the coffee, like, ice cream, and I don't like that taste either. So, I just don't like the taste of it, and I'm worried that as soon as I start drinking it, then I'm going to have to rely on it, as I'm sure people can relate to. Like, you wake up, if you don't have your coffee, you're just off. So at some point, I'm probably going to start drinking it, but I'm really trying to hold off as much as I can because I know once I start, Kate, I'm probably going to become addicted to it. I'm going to have a cup every morning.
Yeah. Yes. That is how it goes.
Yeah.
Gateway drug right there, coffee. Yeah,
so,
I can't.
But Kate, like, what was your entry into coffee? For me, it was like the Dunkin' Donuts on campus that was like had this much sugar and like whatever in it, and like have weaned myself off of that, or like a Starbucks like caramel whatever the hell,
The
or
hazelnut
caramel
frappuccino
macchiato.
for me, that was what it was.
Right.
So like,
it's
if I start, what would you recommend be like my first coffee drink? Like, should I get decaf? Should I get non-decaf? Like, should I put anything in it? Like, what would be like the coffee for starters?
In my older age, PJ, I've become aware of, I think a good way to do it. You can start with a half calf. It's half decaf, like a half calf Americano.
Okay.
And just like, I'm not very much a sweets guy, so like not a bunch of cream or flavor or like whatever. I just go like a half calf Americano if you want like some milk in there or whatever, but do it.
Yeah,
and then iced
I
coffee.
think that's the way to do it.
Kate, I kind of am one of those talk about serial killer traits sometimes, like when it's like -10 out in Chicago, I'm like, you know what, I still want a nice coffee.
That would be a serial killer trait. Yes, very much so. But you can't beat a good iced coffee. Like, I don't totally blame you on that. PJ, like an iced latte, something like that would be good to start with. You need
Iced
something with a little.
is good.
Iced lattes are really good. Yeah. Get a flavor shot in there, PJ. You can do hazelnut, vanilla, caramel. There's options. And then you'll slowly creep into the just plain black coffee, which is I don't put anything in my coffee in the morning, and that's I think the way to do it.
I just don't like the taste. I think it's one of those things that like the more you have it, obviously, and it becomes part of your routine, like you just acquire, you just adjust to it. But I don't know. Even just the smell of it in the morning just kind of like puts me off to it. So eventually I'll have it at some point. But I'm holding off, Kate, for as long as I can. No coffee as of right now.
Well, I mean, as much as I love my coffee, and I do love my coffee, I am a little jealous of you just being able to wake up and like have energy without caffeine, because I am certainly not that way at all. All right, we've got some news to get through today. Paul Skeens got rocked yesterday. Jake Hassan, if you want to come in here and talk a little Cy Young, the Pirates, as we thought, no run support for Paul Skeens, right? And the Brewers just continue putting up boatloads of points, PJ. The first 5 under, I took it with you. Did not hit yesterday.
Did not. No, the Pirates did their job, Kate. Their offense remained terrible. Didn't do anything, but the Brewers, they keep on rolling. We were in a good spot, but that Brewers offense, I mean, Jake talked about it yesterday. The Brewers against Skeens had a 113 batting average, and obviously Skeens has been terrific this season. Even though the Brewers have been hot, there have been some games during this win streak where they've won that have been low scoring. I thought yesterday would be another one of those games. But Brewers' money line obviously just ended up being the play. We talked about that, how because Skeens was on the mound, this happens at every game with the Pirates. The lines are way closer than they should be because they get him no run support. So hopefully people just took Brewers' money line yesterday. The first 5 under was one of the few times it hasn't hit this season. But again, like you can see the strategy because the Pirates just don't give him run support. But one of the few starts all year where Skeens got rocked, and the Brewers remain hot, Kate, 11 in a row for Milwaukee.
11 in a row for Milwaukee. And Jake Hassan, how are we feeling about the Cy Young race? That's what you wanted yesterday. We talked. You said, I just need Skeens to get rocked once, and maybe things are swinging in my favor a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what we wanted. You look at the market for Cy Young, and I mean, Christopher Sanchez's price changed now. It's now Paul Skeens minus 275 at BetMGM, Zach Wheeler plus 260, which I still think is way wrong, and then Sanchez at 5-1. And so we'll see. I mean, you're live. It's not done. It's not over. Sanchez pitches today against the Reds, which is a little scary to me because it's in Cincinnati, and we know home runs can fly out of that park. But Cincinnati also an offense that's been very hot and cold. So we'll see how it goes today. It's like I said yesterday. It's like Sammy P says all the time. We've done our job. The bets have been made. I just need Christopher Sanchez to do his job. And to his credit, he absolutely has over the last couple of weeks. Yesterday was great. I mean, leadoff home run by Sale Frelick to start the game. And you were immediately like, all right, we're going to be in business here. Like we're going to be. Now, did I think there were going to be 2 home runs, 4 earned overall, just 4 innings? No. But it was exactly what we needed, and we'll see what happens. Obviously, Skeens can come out in his next start and throw a no-hitter or throw a complete game shutout. But the door is open, and so we're live, and we got a little under 2 months left in the season. We'll see how it goes.
Did you make a deal with the devil last night, Jake?
Yeah.
I actually didn't. I'm hoping that we could get both things to come through here. Like, we're swelling still down today, feeling a little bit better today. We might be just looking at pain management tomorrow. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I was going to ask you for an update on the ankle, so it sounds like it's better. That's great.
Day by day, Kate. Slowly.
All right. Day to day.
We're slightly more mobile than yesterday.
If the game was today, Jake, would you be out there for game 1?
Well, so here's the thing, guys. I'm going to miss game 1 regardless because I'm going to be hosting You Better You Bet tomorrow. Spoiler alert. So that goes until 6 p.m. Central. Game's at 6:15 in a neighborhood that's 20 minutes away. I'm not going to make it.
Ooh.
Like, ain't no way. So I'm going to need my team to do their job. And if they can win tomorrow in the first game, in the quarterfinal game, I'm thinking I'm probable for the semifinal against those slaps, the Silver Bullets.
Are you Ubering to the game? Are you driving? Are you taking the train? Like, how you getting there?
So normally what I would do is I would take the train or I would get on a divvy, just depending on the train schedule, and I would like get there at the last second. But as Paul says, biking's probably out of the question. So I'm going to count on my team tomorrow. I'm just going to take the train, get there for the second game, which is tentatively scheduled for 7 p.m. Central, and we should be all right. So like I just said, I'll do my job. I'll be there by 7. I just need my team to do their job, and I have full confidence that they'll be able to do that.
Nice.
All right, we're rooting for you. Keep us posted. Keep us posted. Keep taking that Advil. Keep elevating, keep icing, all the good things. The Brewers streak right now at 11. If it gets to 12, there's a restaurant in Milwaukee called George Webb that gives out free burgers. Last time the Brewers had a 12-game win streak, their record's 13, was back in 1987. That restaurant, PJ, gave out 169,000 burgers.
Wow.
If they get to 12 today, I might be driving up to Milwaukee for a burger.
I mean, if I were the restaurant owners, I would bet the Brewers money line heavy, right? Because you're hoping that they lose, obviously, so that you don't have to give away all those free burgers. And then if the Brewers win, then you cash a major wager. That's wild, though. I mean, it's crazy, Kate, because you really don't see this with teams that have multiple win streaks like this throughout a season. Maybe a team has 11-game win streak, 13-game win streak, whatever it may be. But for the Brewers to be approaching 2 of them now in the same season, pretty impressive. And they have the Reds coming up after this as well. So they have a good chance to keep the streak going with the way that they're playing. But I'm sure that restaurant tomorrow or today definitely going to be some Pirates fans.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Moving over to some Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball, NFL. PJ, I haven't had enough coffee today, clearly. I'm all over the place. Jordan Love, thumb surgery. He injured his left thumb in the first preseason game. He's having a minor surgery to fix a ligament. Packers are not concerned about it whatsoever. He should be back on the practice field by next week. He should be starting week 1. PJ, while they're, telling the media, obviously, that they're not very concerned about it, how concerned are you for Packers fans and Jordan Love?
A little bit concerned because Love was injured going into the season last year. They played Philadelphia in that game out in Brazil in week 1 where, the turf wasn't great and Love re-aggravated his injury, right? And he was just never the same throughout the season. So you come into this year, should be fully healthy, and now you got to deal with this going into the season. And oh, by the way, the Packers, that might be the most important game of week 1. It is only week 1. But obviously those two teams, the Lions and the Packers, are the top two teams in the NFC North. That figures to be probably the best division in football, top to bottom. That game is in Lambeau. So the Packers, I mean, that is a massive game for them, and they absolutely know it. So ideally, they would love for Love to be fully healthy in that game, and the fact that he's going to be dealing with the thumb injury is not great. You do love the fact that it is early September, and he doesn't have a thumb injury in the freezing cold in Lambeau in December. Yeah. So, it's going to be interesting, Kate. Obviously, when you're a quarterback, the thumb, pretty important when you're throwing the football. But yeah, we'll see how it's not overly concerning. Like, I would say the Stafford stuff is a little bit more concerning than this Love thumb injury is, but definitely something I am monitoring for sure.
Yeah. I think because of the Packers, it felt like they were always playing from behind last year, playing catch up throughout the season because of Love's injury early on. That I'd be a little cautious. He is right-handed. This injury's on his left hand, so his non-throwing hand. That makes it a little bit better, but still something to keep an eye on for sure. In Buffalo, we had Hard Knocks episode 2 last night. James Cook, they talked about his hold-in. This morning, he has a contract extension. PJ, 4 years, $48 million, 30 of that guaranteed. And he's going to be back on the practice field in full, and we should probably see him in next week's Hard Knocks.
Yeah, I would think so. And I think it's a good deal for both sides. We talked about this yesterday. Josh Allen, probably the main reason he won MVP last year. The stats were obviously terrific, but I think most people looked at the roster that the Ravens have, and they looked at the roster that the Bills have, and on paper, certainly Josh Allen, probably not as talented a roster in Buffalo as it is in Baltimore. He did a great job with not really having a number one receiver last year, and Cook was really that main option on that offense. So I think the Bills looked at it, and they weren't going to overpay for James Cook, but they definitely wanted him out there because they know that he helps take the pressure off of Josh Allen. He's a third down back. He's really good as a receiver. He's good in pass protection. So good deal for him, getting $30 million guaranteed, getting a 4-year deal, staying there while Josh Allen is kind of going through his prime years. And a good deal for Buffalo as well. I mean, keeping one of their top weapons, but certainly not going crazy and overpaying.
Did you watch Hard Knocks last night?
I did not watch it, so I'll have to watch that today or at some point.
Yeah, catch up. I thought it was for as non-entertaining as kind of become, it was a fairly good episode. But I also love Josh Allen. I think he's awesome. So to see him peel back the layers on the Bills, I'm kind of liking this Hard Knocks so far. All right, coming up next, Countdown to Kickoff continues with the Pittsburgh Steelers and our good friend Chris Mack. That's next here on Bet Sweats with PJ Glasser and Kate Constable.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
The parking lot that you tailgate in for Iowa State's just nasty, and there's nothing to it. Like, you're in a parking lot. At least Iowa, you got these nice rolling hills a little bit. You've got the Pentecost, you're in the streets. You go down side streets, and there's tailgates all in those streets, and everything's blocked off. And it's not just a parking lot. I've got some fighting words for you, Chris Mack. Yeah, we're fighting, Chris Mack. I didn't know you guys were going to play that, but I stand by everything I said yesterday. In fact, I'm doubling down that Iowa's parking lots for tailgating are better than Iowa State's. Chris Mack, welcome into the show. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
I have no dog in this tailgate fight.
You've been brought into it.
Yeah, well, because I ran my smart mouth yesterday via text and had to bust your chops about that just a little bit. So I just pictured the rolling hills of Iowa. I'll be honest, never been. I just thought everything was flat and it was corn as far as the eye could see.
I mean, pretty much. When I say rolling hills, there's like one big hill on campus. So it's still beautiful, though. You know, you big grassy area. And yeah, a hill. The side streets that I mentioned, they have trees in them. There's vegetation. It's not just
Kate,
a flat.
Is that the hill you're going to die on, that Iowa's actually going to compete for a playoff spot this year? The one lone hill?
That is the one hill. Yes, Chris. That is the lone hill that I will die on, because I do think Iowa could compete for a playoff spot this year. Not a title, not a national title, a playoff spot. So I will die on that hill. And I will continue to pump up Iowa's tailgate scene and the parking lots in Iowa City. That is for sure. He's Chris Mack joining us. You can hear him on the BetMGM network, various shows. He's all over the place. Also hosts a podcast, Caboli and Mack, covering all things Pittsburgh Steelers, which is why we have him here with us today. Chris, give us the lowdown on where the Cam Hayward situation is at. He said he's not afraid to miss a couple games early on in the season because he wants a new contract extension, just like a whole lot of other guys in the league.
Ooh, I'm scared. If Cam Hayward actually misses a regular season snap due to a contract dispute, I will run naked across the Clemente Bridge. It's not going to happen. Cam Hayward is in the least leveraged spot of anybody still looking for a new contract. Amongst the Micah Parsons, Trey Hendricksons, Terry McLaurins of the world, he has by far the least amount of leverage. He just signed a new deal a year ago, guys, and signed it knowing full well that there was no guaranteed money on the back end of it. And so now, after having an all-pro season last year, and look, let's acknowledge that Cam Hayward has had a great late career resurgence. 36 now, had a great season last year until he and the rest of the Steelers defense got absolutely steamrolled, truck-sticked by Derrick Henry in the playoffs. which is still a bone of contention for many Steelers fans. Had a great season, but he agreed to this deal. And look, the Steelers will probably rework a deal to give him a few more extra guaranteed dollars. But there's no way he has the leverage to force his way into some sort of protracted hold out, hold in, whatever you want to call it, and extend it beyond the point of week 1 of the regular season. He will be out there week 1. This is just Cam Hayward choosing, or maybe Cam Hayward's agent choosing, a very ill-timed opportunity to point out that he would like some more guaranteed money.
Chris, the Steelers made 2 big trades in the offseason, one on each side of the ball, trying to mix things up a little bit, trading for DK Metcalf from Seattle, and then they got Jalen Ramsey from the Dolphins. They send Minkah Fitzpatrick back to Miami. Which of those trades did you like better for Pittsburgh? Did you like trading for Metcalf, or did you like trading for Jalen Ramsey better?
I don't think it's possible to overstate how important Jalen Ramsey could end up being to this defense this year, guys. He gives them so much more, not just in the way of versatility, because he's not going to just line up outside. He's not going to just line up in the slot. He can play center field from time to time if they want to get creative. How much he's going to do for this secondary. You now have Joey Porter Jr., who is still in kind of a prove-it year. I think led the league in penalties amongst corners last year. So he's got to clean some things up, but they still believe in him. You go out and get a Super Bowl winner in Darius Slay, and then you add Jalen Ramsey to the mix. That is exactly what you need in a division where you play Jamar Chase and T. Higgins twice every year. In a conference where if you're hopeful of surprising somebody in the playoffs, like Buffalo, like maybe Cincinnati again, Baltimore, Kansas City, you better be able to lock up the top target or two in man coverage if that's the way you want to do it, and force those MVP caliber quarterbacks to have to make some tough decisions, including checking the ball down and then forcing them into those long drives rather than hitting you for the big plays over the top. So I think Jalen Ramsey, if he stays healthy this year, is the larger acquisition. That's not a knock on DK Metcalf. He and Aaron Rodgers have started to put some things together in camp over the last week or so. Probably won't play together during the preseason. They do have some joint practices against the Buccaneers tomorrow, and I believe maybe some work on Friday as well ahead of Saturday's second preseason game. But those two are starting to put some things together, and as long as Metcalf can stay healthy, because they are dangerously thin at wide receiver behind Metcalf, then I think it's the perfect opportunity to give Rodgers a catch-and-run receiver who, if they do build up that chemistry and timing, which, let's be honest, it could take a little bit to get there, but if they do build up that chemistry and timing, could lead to the kind of plays that are the exact opposite of what we saw from the Steelers offense last year, which was Russ chucking up moon balls and waiting for George Pickens to run under it. This instead will be based much more around, let's get the ball out of Aaron Rodgers' hands quickly so that the guys who catch it, including DK Metcalf, can then make things happen after the catch.
Chris, it sounds like everything with Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers has been fairly easy so far. Like, no big news coming out. He's not making headlines every other day. Like, based on what you've seen in camp from Aaron Rodgers, both on the field and with his teammates off the field, do you have more confidence, more or less confidence that this is going to work for Pittsburgh this year?
I think on the field, I still have my question marks because I've been adamant that I'd like to see him get at least a series or two of preseason reps. And it sounds increasingly likely that that will not happen in the final 2 preseason games. So I'm still in a show me state with Aaron Rodgers between the lines and on the field. As for off the field, it's been nothing but glowing reviews from coaches, from teammates, from everybody that covers the team very closely. Rodgers has done a great job of ingratiating himself to his teammates, doing everything he can to be one of the guys, and still take a leadership role. He was talking yesterday about how he has been very purposeful in how he lines up for even pre-practice stretches, right? Like some days he's talking to veterans who he wants to continue to build a bond and a relationship with. Other times he's talking to some of the guys at the back of the line, trying to get a feel for them. But he's done a very good job. I mean, I think you would be challenging Aaron Rodgers to not know the name of every single guy on the offensive side of the ball in camp, if not every single guy in camp. He's done that much work on getting to know everyone, and I think it's probably refreshing. I think if you put him, attached him to a lie detector and asked him if it's refreshing or not to be in a spot where he doesn't have to try to be head coach, GM, and spokesperson for the franchise, all while also being the quarterback, he would tell you that that is very much the case. He doesn't have to do any of that extraneous stuff that perhaps he was being asked to do in New York with the Jets. He is quite simply just the veteran quarterback who's being asked to, well, quarterback and add some leadership to the mix.
Chris, do you think this is going to be a significant upgrade to what they've had these last 4 or 5 years since Roethlisberger is retired? Do you think it's kind of going to be the same? Like going into this season, do you think the Steelers are getting out of Rodgers what they hope they're getting, a significant upgrade, or is it going to be like more of the same?
No, I think this is a clear upgrade, PJ. He's clearly better than Russ and Justin Fields, that combination last year. It's not a fiery red hot take to say he's better than Kenny Pickett and Mitch Trubisky. And I think even late stage Ben Roethlisberger, who was so dependent on getting the ball out very quickly, had lost so much of his mobility and a lot of his arm strength as well after that elbow injury in 2019. I think it'll be the best quarterback play they've had since pre-surgery Ben Roethlisberger. And they've got a solid backup, too. I know a lot of people scoff at the idea of Mason Rudolph when they brought him in as sort of a stopgap or just in case of emergency if Rodgers had not ended up signing. But Mason Rudolph has quarterbacked a playoff game for this team. Mason Rudolph was not surrounded by the best group in Tennessee last year. So that may have accounted for why he didn't look so great at times. And Mason Rudolph, it's a preseason game, but went out and took the Steelers offense that everybody expects to be garbage this year, or not very good anyway, and took them down the field 7 for 7 with a touchdown pass to Darnell Washington on the first drive against Jacksonville starters on defense in the first game of the preseason last weekend. So they feel very good about the quarterback room that they've put together, including young Will Howard, who is just sort of sitting and watching and learning right now after a hand injury.
Chris, just a couple of minutes left. The win total for Steelers this year, 8.5. They have a fairly soft schedule to start, if you can call it, Seattle, New England, and Minnesota overseas. Mm-hmm. The back half, I mean, from week 7 kind of on, I know you have a couple games in there that should be easy wins, but like the back half of the schedule is pretty difficult. Can they get over 8.5 this year?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're a wild card team again. The question, as it is seemingly every year for the last decade now in Pittsburgh, is can they do anything once they get there? You point out the back half of the schedule, and yeah, there are a lot of tough spots in there. But, they get the Dolphins at home late in the year. We know how the Dolphins play in cold weather on the road. They get Cleveland late in the year. They get, beyond week 7, a couple opportunities still to win games. I think early on will actually be a more interesting test for them because you've got teams that should be reliant on running the ball. And the Steelers, like I said, struggled to shut down the run late last year. If I'm the Jets, if I'm the Seahawks, if I'm the Patriots, I test this defense on the ground early to see if I can run on them and take some of the pressure off my quarterback in each of those 3 spots. And if you can, then that could be the kryptonite for the Steelers defense this year if they can't shut down the run.
Chris, 2 minutes left. I did just want to ask you about the running back situation as well, because I know a lot of people, certainly in fantasy probably too, are drafting Caleb Johnson, and they kind of want to know what that's going to look like with Jaylen Warren. What are you expecting out of the running back room in Pittsburgh this year?
I wouldn't have a problem if Caleb Johnson is still available late in your draft, taking him and stashing him for when he does take over. A little bit of a disappointing performance in the first preseason game, but again, it's preseason. You take it all with a grain of salt. I think it'll be an interesting 1-2 punch for the first month and a half, 2 months of the season. But eventually, because of Caleb Johnson's ability to break off longer runs, there will be a 2-yard gain here, a 3-yard gain there, a 1-yard gain there, bang, and then he breaks one off for 40 or 50. That I think eventually that big play ability is going to end up having him supersede Jaylen Warren for the RB1 job. So if you're feeling good about the running backs that you've got early in your draft, by all means, stash a Caleb Johnson deep on your roster for later in the year when he gets more action. And definitely later in the year, I think we'll be talking about some of his rushing props when he does take over the bulk of the carries.
Hey, Chris, if you make it out to camp or anything, ask Caleb Johnson about the Iowa tailgate scene. He knows a thing or two about those parking lots.
Him, Y.A. Black, we got Sebastian Castro. We got plenty of Hawkeyes in the mix here.
Woo. Do a little poll. See if they think our parking lots are better than Iowa State.
I'll ask them about that hill where the Kate Constable Memorial plaque is going to be someday.
That's right. That's right. It's going in soon. All right, Chris, thanks for your time. We appreciate it. I always love talking to you. We will see you down the road.
Thanks, Chris. One.
That is the Chris Mack. You can hear him. He's all over the network filling in. Hosts college football show here on the network as well. He'll be a staple once college football season rolls around very soon. Also hosts a Steelers podcast, Caboli and Mack, where you can check out on YouTube and Twitter. Good stuff there, PJ. We are going to dive into our thoughts on the Pittsburgh Steelers, give you our thoughts on whether or not we agree with Chris on the win total, all of that good stuff. Countdown to kickoff continues on the other side. You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
PJ Glasser and Kate Constable here with you on Bet Sweats today, filling in for Sam and Joe, who are off for the week. We're continuing our countdown to kickoff series, talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers today. We just talked to Chris Mack, got his insights on the team and how they're looking in camp. If you missed that, you want to go back and listen, you can do so on the free Odyssey app or anytime in podcast form, wherever you get your podcasts. We will be talking a little preseason football coming up in about 20 minutes from now. We'll give you some angles to look at if you want to bet the preseason. And then our MLB card coming up in about 40 minutes. PJ, Pittsburgh Steelers, I mean, from what Chris just told us, it sounds like things are going about as well as possible in Pittsburgh, despite the Cam Hayward situation, but he thinks that gets resolved before the start of the season, and he doesn't miss any time. But as far as like his expectations for Aaron Rodgers and how things are going with Rodgers so far off the field, I mean, I think there are a lot of positives to Pittsburgh right now.
I like the moves that they made in the offseason. You know, I asked Chris about the two big trades that they made, getting DK Metcalf, getting Jalen Ramsey. I like both of those moves for Pittsburgh. It was becoming kind of clear, even obviously somebody who doesn't cover the team or is in the locker room or whatever, that Minkah Fitzpatrick was kind of a divide a little bit on that team when he was first there and he first got traded over and he was making plays. Pittsburgh fans loved him, felt like the players loved him. Minkah loved being there, and then towards the end, you started to see that divide a little bit. I think they realized they needed to make a move, and we know Jalen Ramsey is a guy that tends to, overstay his welcome a little bit. He can't really stay in one spot for too long. He's got to move on to his next stop. So I think it was a move that made sense for both teams. Like Chris said, though, I mean, what Ramsey's going to allow them to do on defense is really going to help them out. And obviously the quarterbacks that you have to face in that division, Lamar and Burrow, the quarterbacks you have to face in that conference with Mahomes and with Allen and Stroud and Herbert and all those guys. Great pickup getting him. Joey Porter is a good corner as well. He's not a number one. He's definitely a number two. So I think letting Ramsey guard the best receiver is going to help out that defense. And look, I mean, at the start of the season, this is the way it's been the last couple of years. When the Steelers are healthy on defense, when Watt is out there playing games, he has probably been the most important non-quarterback in the NFL since he has entered the league. You just look at the Steelers' win-loss record when he's out there. It's night and day what the record is for Pittsburgh and how he impacts the defense and how he affects games. Since Roethlisberger retired, Kate, the Steelers have obviously struggled to find their quarterback of the future, and the way that they have to win a lot of games is by winning the turnover battle and winning these field goal type, coin toss type games, low scoring games, and that's what they've been doing the last 4 or 5 years. We know they're really good at it. We know Tomlin's really good at it. They're really tough to beat at home, so it's going to be more of that. And then on offense this year, I do think they got a little bit more explosive with the addition of Metcalf, getting Caleb Johnson out of Iowa as well. Calvin Austin getting more snaps at the wide receiver number 2 position, I think is going to help them. And like Chris was talking about, I mean, Aaron Rodgers is such an upgrade to what they have had here the last few years. I think the big question for Steelers fans is the Rodgers addition enough to get them over the hump. Yesterday, we were talking with Sean Pendergast about the Houston Texans, and their next goal is to find a way to get out of the divisional round. That's the farthest they've ever gotten. They've never been to an AFC title game. The next step for Pittsburgh is to just win a playoff game. You know, they get to the playoffs every year, Kate, and they go up against the Ravens or the Bills or the Chiefs. They go up against one of those top teams, and it's like you can just see the talent mismatch when they get to those games. So that'll be the big question mark for Pittsburgh this year, is if they do get to the playoffs, is Rodgers enough to get them competitive in those games? That's kind of what I'm watching for. I think it's a tough team to bet, though, in the regular season because they're really, I mean, the Rodgers component of all this, and obviously how the 2 years went with the Jets. In year one, he really didn't even play, but last year was such a disaster for a veteran older team and a guy who might be playing his last season in the NFL. You wonder if they don't get off to a good start, or if he's dealing with injuries, how that could affect the rest of the team. And if they just continue to go down the path they've been going on the last 4 or 5 years, where we get to the end of the season, the Steelers just kind of run out of gas.
Yeah, the Steelers have the most wins in an 8-season span without a playoff win all time, which is not great. And that's still with Mike Tomlin going 21 straight regular seasons without a losing record. That's tied for the longest streak in history. Still, Steeler fans want to see a playoff win, and I think they need to accomplish that this year. Otherwise, I mean, I don't think you ever fire Mike Tomlin, but people are going to be in Pittsburgh are certainly going to be calling for that. The win total of 8.5, PJ, I think is a little low. I think they could get to 10 wins this year. Again, that back half of that schedule is fairly tough, but they do. I agree with you. They need to get off to a good start. Otherwise, Aaron Rodgers is going to Aaron Rodgers, and things spiral when he's not, the team's not playing well. His who was it? Mike Williams for the Jets, last year? Aaron Rodgers just stopped throwing to him basically because he's dropped a couple passes. Their connection wasn't there. Like, who knows if that stuff starts happening? And if that's the case, then I don't think they win 9-10 games. But if you had to make me pick right now, I would take their over at 8.5.
I mean, I certainly wouldn't go under. You just read off the stat. Tomlin's never had a losing record, as we all know, as the head coach of the Steelers. So you can't bet the under. Like, they just find ways to win, 9 games every single year. And as a Ravens fan, I can tell you, never underestimate the Steelers. Even if they look terrible for a week or two, even if they look like a game where they look absolutely miserable, never underestimate Pittsburgh, never underestimate Tomlin, especially in the regular season. They'll always kind of find a way to figure it out. When they get to the postseason, obviously a different story, but the regular season, they usually find ways to make it work. I will tell you that I hate their schedule, not necessarily from an opponent standpoint, but Kate, the fact that they have a week 5 bye week. So you get an early bye week with a veteran team, a quarterback that's in his 40s, and you're going to have to play all those games consecutively. And not only that, all their divisional games are after their bye week. They don't play any AFC North teams the first 4 weeks of the season. We all think of AFC North football as some of the most physical in all the NFL. So the fact that you're going to have 6 of those games, you can't catch your breath after any of them, I think that's huge. You also got Buffalo in there. You got the Chargers in there. You got the Packers, the Bears, the Lions. I mean, they're playing some good teams along with teams in their division. So I think the early bye week is really tough for the Steelers. And again, it's been a team the last 3-4 years, it feels like, get off to this great start. They start the year 7-3, 6-2. We look at those AFC North odds and their numbers shrunk. Maybe they're favored to win the division. And then the final 5-6 weeks of the season, they fall off a cliff. They go into the playoffs kind of limping in and they get blown out. And that's kind of been the story of their season. And with that early bye week and the fact that they have to play all their divisional opponents after that, and they got some tough opponents, you got a veteran team with an old quarterback, Kate, it kind of just feels like Pittsburgh's on their way for the same kind of season that they have been having, which is why I think it's tough to bet them like in the regular season, because I could see them winning more than 8.5 games. I could see them making the playoffs. But I definitely would not bet them to win the AFC or anything like that. Rodgers is absolutely an upgrade, but he's not enough of an upgrade to help them beat those top-tier teams in the AFC. So I kind of just think Pittsburgh's in that like tier with like maybe not even Houston. Maybe they're like right below. Like they're in a tier with maybe like the Chargers, or they're in a tier there with maybe like the Patriots, a team that a lot of people maybe like to make the playoffs this year. Like they're kind of in that tier where you could see them making the playoffs, maybe winning a game, but that's probably the ceiling of that team.
PJ, to your point of them kind of falling off towards the end of the season, first 10-win team in NFL history to end a season on a 5+ game losing streak, including the playoffs. So it's hard to lose 5 straight games to end the season, including the playoffs, and they seem to do that quite a bit. Okay, so if you don't want to bet them to win the AFC or to win the division or anything like that, I mean, I'm on board with you. I think that's totally fair. Then if someone wants to bet the Steelers, it's more of a week-to-week thing, which I think is fine if you find a week where there's some value and the number's not quite right. Do you think with Aaron Rodgers that the Steelers are going to be a little overvalued in the market because it's Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin together? Or do you think it's almost the opposite, where the market's going to be like, this guy's old, he's not as good as he once was, new system, new team, all of that stuff, where maybe you could bet on them and get a little bit more value in that sense?
I think the market's probably just right on Pittsburgh. Maybe they are being a little undervalued. But even though you have a Hall of Fame head coach and you have a Hall of Fame quarterback, because there are so many good quarterbacks and the top of the AFC is so strong, I think, again, like they're not, they're people know that even if they give, odds makers know that even if they give a good number on Pittsburgh to win the AFC, win the Super Bowl, they're not going to bet that because of how the recency bias with Pittsburgh, the team that they've been the last 5-6 years, and knowing that the AFC is probably going to be Kansas City, Buffalo, or Baltimore. It's probably going to be one of those teams, probably going to be Kansas City, the way that things have shaken out the last 6-7 years. But I think they're properly valued. I mean, you look at the odds right now in the AFC, Kate, and they have the 8th best odds to win the AFC. Like, I think that feels about right to me. Definitely wouldn't put them over the Bengals, wouldn't put them over the Chargers, the Broncos, the Texans. I mean, 3 of those teams made the playoffs last year. I think, most of us feel like the Bengals probably have the better team. I know that Bengals defense is terrible, but obviously have one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. So I think that's fair to price the Steelers where they are, 20-1. I think that's a good price. I think on BetMGM, there are markets where you can bet like what the Steelers' exact finish to the season is going to be. You can have them missing the playoffs entirely. You can have them losing in the wild card round, losing in the divisional round, like those kinds of things. And I think betting them once again to lose in the wild card round is a really good bet because they're probably going to be a wild card team. They're probably not going to win the division. And if they end up in the wild card, Kate, they're probably going to play Kansas City, Buffalo, or Baltimore. We have seen how those games have gone the last 3 years. And even though Rodgers is there, and it should help a little bit, I don't know if it's going to close the gap at that much where they're going to pull off the upset. So I don't know what that number is. We can maybe try and find that and talk about it to kick off the next segment. But Steelers to lose in the wild card round again, I think to me feels like a pretty good bet.
I mean, hey, it's been hitting the past couple seasons pretty consistently, so not too terrible. Also, just worth noting that the quarterback tier rankings that we talked about yesterday, Mike Sando put those out. Aaron Rodgers is in tier 3, got a couple tier 4 votes as well. So that just kind of tells you where he sits among quarterbacks in the league right now at age 41. Coming up next, we'll check on that number for the Steelers to lose in the wild card round. We'll also talk about some of the upcoming preseason games this weekend and how we might bet them. That's next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Cam Ward with great starting field position and wide open at the middle of the field is Calvin Ridley, who gets down inside the 40 of Tampa Bay.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
NFL preseason action continues on this weekend. Tons of games on Saturday, but Friday comes before Saturday. So we got to talk about the Friday games. Only 2, but should be some interesting ones. PJ, reading a little bit about how these teams are going to approach these games, and we have Titans versus Falcons in Atlanta, and then Chiefs are at the Seahawks on Friday. Michael Penix Jr. did not play in the Falcons' first preseason game, and it sounds like he's not going to be playing in the second preseason game. And hints of a potential Kirk Cousins sighting in that first preseason game. One, I guess, have you been betting any preseason so far? Like, do you have any strategy for this?
So I did bet the Ravens in week 1 plus 6.5 against the Colts. That was the only bet that I made. You got to pick and choose your spots with preseason. Sometimes it's just based on the number. You know, I like getting home underdogs in preseason, like we did with the Ravens last week against the Colts. And I do like exposing numbers when I think it's gone a little bit too high, when we know one team in Tennessee is going to be playing some starters and one team in Atlanta that we know is not. So there could be some value there. I kind of like targeting rookie head coaches as well, Kate. Like some of the try-hard rookie head coaches that are really going to try and establish their culture. Like I think the Jets are going to be a great bet in preseason. Aaron Glenn, I think, is trying to obviously establish the culture. All those guys are battling for playing time for the most part. They want to prove that they are players that, you know, he wants on his team. And you saw that against the Packers. The Jets look great, blew them out in Lambeau. So I want kind of young coaches that are still trying to make their mark on their team. They're trying to build something that the players want to buy into, they want to be a part of. And, you know, on bad teams that maybe like a lot of the roster spots still aren't quite filled yet, you have guys that are battling for position. So this Titans-Falcons game, I don't think I'll bet it, but I think Atlanta plus 5.5 would probably be my play if I had to make a wager. Just because, again, like 5.5 is a lot of points in a preseason game. Cam Ward's going to get some time for Tennessee. Didn't look all that great against Tampa. And I, again, like laying 5.5 on the road in a preseason game is a lot. So if I had to take it, probably would look at Atlanta, I would say, plus the points.
The sentiment coming out of Titans camp with Cam Ward, like you said, little good, little bad. It sounds like the Titans are going to play their starters for a series or 2, so we'll probably see Cam Ward again in that one. I don't have any plays in that game, PJ. I mean, you make great points. The overs that have been hitting a crazy amount in that first week, 14-2 to the over, I want to say something wild like that, which is usually the opposite. It's usually unders in the preseason because you're getting the 2s, 3s, 4-string guys that don't put quite as many points on the board as the starters might. Chiefs not playing their starters again this weekend. I don't think we see any Patrick Mahomes. Although we did see him for a series in that first game, right? So maybe we do get a little bit more time from Patrick Mahomes in this second game, where a lot of the teams kind of use the second game as taking it a little bit more serious, getting some of their starters more run time. One game that I do think you could talk yourself, and maybe it is kind of talking yourself into an angle here, is the Cincinnati Bengals on Monday night, PJ, because with the Bengals wanting to start the season strong, you saw them play their starters, Joe Burrow, a little bit in that first game. I think they could do that again in the second game. And so maybe you look at a first half total over, just knowing that Burrow, those starters, Jamar Chase, could be on the field. And that Bengals offense with Joe Burrow looked pretty dangerous, threw 2 touchdowns right away. So an over early on in that game, whether you want to take like the Bengals team total over, I mean, this is getting real degenerate to be betting team totals in the preseason. But I think for that game, it might be worth taking a peek at.
You know, that game's going to be interesting, Kate, because this is another angle to attack preseason too. Washington got humiliated against the Patriots in their first preseason game. Now, Daniels didn't play. A lot of the starters on offense, on defense, they didn't play either. But for a team that obviously surprised just about all of us last year, making it to the NFC title game, coming in with a bunch of expectations this year, and to start out that game the way that they did, I think Dan Quinn and that coaching staff and the front office and those veteran players, I think they're taking that a little bit personal at practice this week. Players don't like being humiliated, even in preseason. So they're back at home where the fan base is just so excited for this team this year and to watch them play and see what they have for an encore after last season. So I like your strategy. Maybe you look at the Bengals first quarter, right? Again, you can get degenerate. There could be some shops out there that offer some markets where you can go first quarter, first half, maybe a Bengals team total over, those kinds of things. But I think Washington is going to fight, and I think off of the performance that they had against New England, especially catching 4.5 at home, I would be a little nervous. And Kate, even though, like you said, the Bengals are going to be playing their starters, that offense is awesome. I mean, that defense is just so bad. And with bringing in a new defensive coordinator and Al Golden and them trying to learn a new scheme and trying to pick up all the pieces and still not having Trey Hendrickson out there, even though they're going up against backups, they'll be going up against Sam Hartman. It's there's not a lot to like with that defense. They're not going to get many stops. They made Tanner McKee look incredible. So I'm kind of leaning towards Washington in this game just because of how much they were humiliated against the Patriots. And I just think that Bengals defense right now is so bad that getting 4.5 at home with Washington, I think, is a good bet.
I mean, this Bengals defense is atrocious, and it's making Trey Hendrickson's case for a new contract go up significantly when you look at how bad the Bengals defense is against opponents 2s, 3s. That has to, if you're Trey Hendrickson, you have to feel pretty good about where you're sitting amongst all this contract talk after that first preseason game. PJ, I want to get your thoughts on the Chicago Bears. They will be starting Caleb Williams, their starters for at least a little bit in this game. We didn't see them, most of them, in that first preseason game. I mean, I'm wanting to kind of run through a wall here in Chicago with how excited we should, I guess, have the ability to be for this team, but also at the same time, temper expectations quite a bit. It's still a first-year head coach, a quarterback that is basically a first year because he didn't learn anything under Matt Eberflus. But how should I be feeling or looking at this preseason game against the Bills, just knowing that Chicago is going to start Caleb Williams and some of those other top players on offense?
Kate, I'm not touching the Bears in the preseason with a 10-foot pole. I want nothing to do with that team.
Smart man, PJ.
Kate, there's not a lot of great news coming out of the Bears camp so far in the training camp. It feels like every video you see is Caleb Williams throwing interceptions and Ben Johnson, just ripping up the team, getting fired up. There's not a lot of great. So, everybody sees that. And part of me as a bettor, you see that and you know that drives a narrative and you know that drives a line a certain way and that drives perception a certain way. And obviously there's a whole bunch of other plays going on that we're not seeing. And I'm sure Caleb's doing plenty of good stuff and the Bears are doing things that look great. But obviously people just want to see the bad stuff to start rumors and start conversation and all that kind of stuff. But again, there is so much pressure on Caleb this year. And obviously there's so much excitement around Ben Johnson. But it's tough, I feel like, when you're a quarterback, unless you're a really good player, to kind of get in that mindset where all right, I'm playing a game. I got to watch film this week. I got to prepare for an opponent. But also I might only be playing a series or I might only be playing 2 series. And that part of it just kind of makes me nervous, especially with Caleb. I could see him not going 100% this week in the film room and, prepping a little bit, but maybe not as hard as he is going to be week 1 against Minnesota. So I'm staying far away from that Bears-Bills game. I'm interested to watch it, and I, like a lot of people, am interested to see what Caleb looks like, but betting it, no way. Staying far away from that one.
PJ, you're probably smart not to bet the Bears much at all this season. We don't know what we're getting from them, especially early on. Week 1, Monday Night Football against the Vikings in Chicago. That's going to be a phenomenal game, you would hope. And all eyes will be on that game being Monday Night Football. Speaking of the Vikings, JJ McCarthy, I thought he just looked okay in that first preseason game. He didn't wow me at all. I like betting angles in these. They're so hard. Like, I don't have any betting angle in Vikings and Patriots, but JJ McCarthy is the one of the bigger targets that I've been watching or look forward to watching a little bit more in the preseason because of how he could potentially sway this team one way or the other, whether or not he comes out and succeeds under Kevin O'Connell or it's a bit of a rough patch and rough way to get started.
So I would probably lean with the Patriots -3 for what I was talking about earlier, where Vrabel is a first-year head coach with New England, trying to establish that culture, trying to change things from the way they were under Gerard Mayo. There are a lot of expectations there. And Vrabel builds his teams like he did when he was a player, right? We saw it with Tennessee. He wants to be tough, hard-nosed, physical. He wants to run the ball, play good defense, do all those things. And that stuff translates to the preseason, right? Like, even if you got second, third stringers in there, you want to run the ball. You want to be physical. You want to play good defense. Like you said, didn't really love what I saw in Minnesota against Houston in the preseason last week. So I would probably go with New England here -3 if I had to make the bet. I'm just a big Vrabel guy. And again, like coaches like him, like Aaron Glenn, defensive guys that are no nonsense and are trying to build their culture in year one, I think more often than not, they're good bets in these like scrimmages because those coaches and those teams more often than not are the ones that you can count on where the players are showing up and they're putting in good effort.
All right, so is Steichen, I know he's not a first-year head coach, but is he one of those guys where in the preseason you feel like he really takes it seriously? We got Danny Dimes going for the Colts. He's starting this preseason game with Anthony Richardson, the finger injury that he's had. Daniel Jones has been getting those first-team reps. But, PJ, to your point earlier of Green Bay just getting smoked by the Jets at Lambeau, like maybe Green Bay comes to this game with a little bit more oomph to them.
So this is a tough one, right? Because the Colts obviously are still trying to figure out who their quarterback is. Last week, they were 6.5-point favorites against the Ravens backups, and I'm like, why? Like, even against the backups, Kate, in what world should Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson be 6.5-point favorites on the road in an NFL game? Don't care if it's preseason against backups. It's still professional players, even though a bunch of them won't be starting. They're still good players, and both of those guys stink. So here we are again, and they're 6.5-point favorites against Green Bay. And I'm asking ourselves, are we really wanting to lay a little less than a touchdown with Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson? I thought the best quarterback for the Colts in the first preseason game was Riley Leonard. He came in and did a lot of good things. So maybe you wait on this one because the line is what it is because there's still a QB controversy. We still don't know if it's going to be Richardson or Daniel Jones. The line's priced like that. But maybe you wait. Those guys continue to struggle. It's a close game. And then Riley Leonard comes in. And I'm telling you, Kate, he was the one that looked the best in the first week. So when he came in, that's when the offense finally started to move the ball. Obviously, because he's not going to really play much this year. He's not afraid to use his legs. Steichen wants to run his quarterback. So Leonard, I think at this point, almost fits what Steichen wants to do the best in a preseason game. I like the idea of waiting, seeing if you can get a good live number if you want to bet this game, and taking the Colts because I did like what I saw out of Riley Leonard.
How about what you saw out of Shedeur Sanders? The Browns, they take on the Eagles in their second preseason game. Shedeur Sanders was, I thought, great in that first game against the Panthers. Did a lot of nice things, got the ball out quickly, 2 touchdowns, 138 yards. Kevin Stefanski's been weird about the quarterbacks of like answering whether or not he'll be starting Shedeur in week 2. Like, I don't believe Dylan Gabriel and Kenny Pickett are ready to come back, and you're not starting Joe Flacco. Why is he not just saying, yeah, Shedeur is going to be our starter? Like, it feels like he's just monkeying around and toying with us. He's pulling like a Jerry Jones and just trying to get attention.
You know what's interesting about this game, Kate, is that these are probably the 2 most impressive quarterbacks of week 1 of the preseason, Shedeur and then Tanner McKee. So it's kind of cool that they're going against one another. That's what makes it tough. It almost wants to make me bet the under a little bit at 38.5 because both quarterbacks were so good. But I think both of it were products of kind of the defenses that they were playing. Eagles obviously going up against the Bengals. Shedeur going up against the Panthers. Those are going to be 2 of the worst defenses in the NFL. So now going up against the Browns, and the Eagles' defense is certainly a little bit better, both of these teams have film a little bit after watching them play a significant in the first preseason game. I think because you had such great performances out of those guys in the first week, might be a good week to come back and bet the under. But look, I'm hoping Shedeur continues to play well. I think it would be an awesome story, and he looked great in the first preseason game. But I think the under would be my play if I had to make one.
He's certainly been selling tickets. When he was announced as the starter for the first preseason game, those tickets, even in Carolina, skyrocketed. I want to say they were like $60, went up to $160 after he was announced. So putting butts in the seats, that's for sure. Coming up on the other side, today's MLB card. What's going on with the Dodgers? Padres are looking good. Where are we putting our money this afternoon? Coming up here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with PJ Glasser, Kate Constable here on the BetMGM Network. About an hour from now, Eric Kratz of Foul Territory will join us 11 a.m. Eastern time to talk MLB, get his insights on the postseason, the awards market, and maybe even some games for tonight. But for now, PJ, we got to tell you who we like tonight in Major League Baseball. And before we do, just some, notes from yesterday's games. Brewers continue to win, continue to be dominant. They have a 11-game win streak going right now, roughed up Skeens a little bit yesterday. The Dodgers, they've lost their last 3 games. They are now tied with the Padres at the top of the NL West in that division. Padres have won 3 straight series. Haven't swept every series, but they've won 3 straight series now. So things are tightening up across Major League Baseball, across a couple divisions here. Anything tonight, PJ, that stands out, or futures for either of those, a couple of those teams that I just mentioned, especially Padres and Dodgers and that whole division?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? The NL West, the Padres got off to that undefeated start, and the Dodgers were right there too. The odds never wavered, and then the Dodgers got a big lead. They get out to a crazy favorite. But then the injuries start to pile up a little bit, and then they go on this losing streak, and now the Pirates make all these moves, or the Padres make all these moves at the deadline, and now they're even. Right now, it's gonna be a race. I think the Dodgers, it is so imperative for them to win the division because of how talented they are. They want to play 7-game series. They want to get to the NLCS and the World Series because of how talented they are, how much top-end talent they have. It's so much harder, obviously, to beat that team 4 times than it is to beat them just 2 times or beat them 3 times. You play them in the wild card or the divisional round. And they really haven't experienced that much. I remember the year where the Dodgers and the Giants were both battling in the NL West, and both of those teams won like 106 games in the regular season, and the Dodgers end up making it to the wild card game. They barely got by St. Louis. I think Chris Taylor hit like a walk-off home run in the 9th or an extra inning. So when you get into that wild card round and it's a best of 3, and especially when you're in the playoffs and the other team that you're facing is really good pitching, those games can get a little dangerous. So the Dodgers, they tend to do this. Like, the Padres have obviously been a good team the last couple years. There have been times where they've kind of been close to them, and you maybe think, oh, maybe the Padres will win the division, and the Dodgers kind of flip it into another gear. They take off, and they end up winning it. I still think the Dodgers end up winning the division, but they better kick it up, Kate, because if they don't, and they have to go into that wild card round, it's going to be really interesting for LA, and obviously makes it a lot tougher for them to get back to the World Series. As for the AL West with the Mariners, it's still been the Astros for me, not wavering at all until Seattle can prove to me that they can do it, that they can take over Houston, not buying it. Also, right now, if you're buying on Seattle, you're getting them at peak value. They're 10-1 since the All-Star break. They're going on their big run right now. The Astros are starting to get healthy. They're starting to get guys back. And let's see how Seattle handles the pressure of late August, September baseball. Let's see how they handle the pressure when they look up at the standings and they're leading that division and they see that Houston is behind them. So I'm still not worried about Houston. If anything, Seattle's done us a favor at this point, and betting the Astros at plus money, I think, is a good bet to win that division. I like the Astros as a bet in the AL West. NL West, I'd probably stay away just because the Dodgers minus 325, there's no bet there, but I still do like LA to win that division.
Yeah, Astros plus 110, Mariners minus 130 in the AL West, Dodgers minus 325, Padres 2-1 in the NL West. Also, worth noting in the NL altogether, PJ, between the Dodgers and Padres, you still have the Phillies and Brewers. And, betting on the Brewers doesn't seem too shabby right now. I know there's a lot of baseball left. Any one of these other teams could go on a win streak similar to the Brewers right now. But that just kind of goes to show the gap that's still between the Dodgers and Padres in terms of winning the NL altogether.
The Brewers, it just feels like they're peaking too early. And they've had two of these win streaks. So maybe they'll have a third in October and they just continue to play good. But it almost feels like they're playing their best baseball right now. And it feels like the Dodgers, the Phillies, maybe the Mets if they can get in, the Astros in the American League, like all these teams still have their best baseball ahead of them. And as veteran teams, like they kind of know when to ramp it up. They know when they need to peak. Milwaukee's a team that's been in the postseason a lot here over the last 5-6 years, but they kind of have some new guys in that core right now, some new pitchers, some new hitters in that lineup. So look, you obviously want to win games. You want to play your best all the time, but the Brewers are playing peak right now. They're the best team in baseball right now. If the postseason started today, you'd feel a lot better about their chances, but it just feels like they're peaking a bit too early. So it's just why I can't get there on Milwaukee, because that National League is so loaded, Kate. You have so many Hall of Fame players, so many great teams with top-end talent, great starting pitching, and just feels like right now the Brewers are playing better than anybody. Still got a month and a half, though, until the postseason starts. A lot can happen between them. I just worry that the Brewers right now are playing their best baseball. By the time that we get to the playoffs, it's not going to quite be the same team.
Well, Brewers today, BJ, going up against the Pirates, looking for 12 straight wins. Minus 235 on the money line for Milwaukee today. Pittsburgh plus 195. You have Brandon Woodruff going. I think this is still a team that you can back because it's the Pirates. Like, because the Pirates don't have offense. I still think the Brewers, like, I always get nervous backing teams when they've had such long streaks, because at some point it's going to come to an end. And 12 games, I mean, that's a lot. I don't think I would bet against them against this Pirates team. I mean, they couldn't score at all yesterday against this Brewers team, and really that's kind of been the MO for them all season long. So I'm not laying 235. I would take them on the run line, potentially at minus 110. Thoughts on backing the Brewers again today?
You know, it would just be so baseball for them, Kate, to lose this game today, Milwaukee, because first game of the series, we talked about it on Monday. I like the Pirates. I thought the Brewers coming off of that Mets series where it was electric, felt like playoff baseball. They had these comeback wins. Then there's a little bit of a letdown. You know, you're at home again. You're taking on one of the worst teams in baseball. They show up and play great. Then obviously yesterday against Skeens, you're facing the best pitcher in the National League. Lines minus 120, minus 125. And they whoop them 14-0. So after those two games, now it almost feels like all of us collectively as bettors and certainly odds makers are like, we're done trying to figure out like when the Brewers are going to lose. We're going to price a crazy money line. We're going to give you minus 110 on the run line, and we'll see what happens today. So it makes me nervous because, I mean, baseball's so weird sometimes where it's like the games maybe you think they could struggle, they don't. And then you're just like, I'm not betting against this team anymore, and that's finally when they end up losing. And look, it is hard to sweep teams. I know they've won 11 in a row. The Pirates are not good. They're still a major league team. It's tough to sweep teams. So I'm staying away, but I'm not betting against the Brewers. Let's put it that way. They're just too much of a machine. But it would not shock me today if the Pirates end up winning this game, because it's just how baseball works sometimes.
Well, in that sense, can I talk you into Minnesota Twins plus 130 over the Yankees today? Joe Ryan on the mound for the Twins, or at least maybe a Minnesota first 5 with Ryan. I know it's gross, but PJ just said weird things happen in baseball. Jake?
I can't do it with the Twins. Sounds like Jake.
Not when
either.
It's the Twins against the Yankees.
No, can't do that. Can't do that. Maybe Jake will be locked in with this one on me. The money line dog that I do like the best today is actually the Orioles at plus 115. Trevor Rogers, Kate, is the best kept secret right now in Major League Baseball. You are going to want to bet this guy to win AL Cy Young next season. He's the best kept secret in baseball as far as a starting pitcher. His numbers, so Rogers came over from the Orioles last year as part of a trade at the deadline. Kyle Stowers, who's tearing it up right now from the Marlins, he came over in that deal. Rogers was abysmal for the Orioles last year. Terrible. They had to send him down. He didn't even start with the team this year. Came up about like June, maybe late May. He's been unbelievable ever since. The guy's 5-2 this year with a 1.44 ERA in 62 innings pitched. He's got a .42 ERA at home, and they're obviously going to be at home tonight going up against Seattle. So Rogers has been unbelievable. Nobody's talking about it because he's Trevor Rogers. The Orioles have had a terrible year. And, you know, Skeens is doing what he's doing in the National League. You got Scooble in the American League. But they keep giving us plus money prices on Trevor Rogers because of how bad the Orioles have been, but he's continued to be great every single outing for the O's. So I know Lobert Gilbert is awesome. The Mariners are probably the second hottest team in baseball. Maybe you just look at like a first 5 under because the Orioles offense is really struggling. That might be the best way to go. But I think getting plus money on Trevor Rogers, the guy's been pretty much untouchable at home. And with the O's getting blanked yesterday, not scoring any runs, hoping the offense bounces back today, I like them at plus 115.
Welcome in Jake Hassan for a contrarian take. Jake?
No, I'm with PJ on this one. That was the first thing I looked at, actually, especially because you know what's going to happen now. Because now the Mariners tied for first in the AL West. They're the sexy team. Everybody likes them. Everybody wants them. Oh, here they go. Oh, they just got to keep winning. Their destiny's in their own hands. Logan Gilbert on the mound. Yeah, well, you know what? Logan Gilbert has a 5 ERA on the road this year. He's been atrocious away from Seattle. So, and I agree with everything PJ said about Rogers. Kind of an insane take that you should bet him AL Cy Young next year. Not sure I agree with that one. I love the heat of the take, PJ, but I think I'm with the Orioles today. I like that look a lot. I've been fading Logan Gilbert on the road all year this year, and it's worked out. And you mentioned another team, PJ, that I thought this is where you're going at first. This is just like so classic baseball situation. I'm going to be on the Marlins today and Kyle Stowers because Gavin Williams for the Guardians just had like the best start of his career in his last start, 8 1/3, carried a no-hitter into the 9th. Marlins are a little plucky, and Yuri Perez is pretty awesome, and a bounce-back spot for him after he was just okay for the Marlins in his last start. So I'm going to be on some dogs today. How does it lose? Can't wait. Love betting, love baseball. It's going to be awesome.
I like it. Jake, the reason I was saying Rogers for Cy Young is because I think we're going to get a silly price next year. Like, I think he could be like 60-1, 70-1. If he's obviously like 15-1, 20-1, I'm not going to bet that. But if we can get like a 70-1, 80-1, I'm telling you, man, he's been fantastic. It's going to be tough to beat Skubal. Cole's going to be back for the Yankees. Like, there are going to be some really good pitchers. But I think depending on the price, could you be interested in maybe a bet for him next year?
So like obviously price dependent, and if you give me if somebody hangs a 70 and 80 even high, like honestly I think you could see a triple digit number, and if that's the case, I'd be like, I always look for 1 or 2 guys at real long prices. Shout out Bowden Francis, that went really well this year, that I always want to take a flyer on, and that feels like a number that would come down. Like a Rogers starts at 100-1, 80-1, and ends at like 40, which is still a good price, but I could see it. It's August 13th, 2025. I'm already thinking about Cy Young for 2026. Awesome. Brain
Jake,
works so good.
Which game are you most excited for today? Ohtani pitching against the Angels or Christopher Sanchez against Hunter Green, who's back for the Reds?
Oh, it's Sanchez. As somebody who has $0 on Ohtani, I don't care about the Dodgers. I'll talk about the Dodgers in 2 months when the playoffs start. It has to be Sanchez. Like today, if this goes really well, if he has a great start, if he has 7, 8 innings, even 6, I'll take that, and he racks up 7, 8, 9, 10 strikeouts, we are so in business. Like we just are. Like I had people tweeting me last night about Skeens and his blow up by his standards. So yeah, I mean it's Sanchez. Obviously, it has to be, and I'll be locked in on that game. It's an early afternoon game. It's like 4:00 Central Time. So I'm in. I'm going to be locked in, dialed into that game because I'm financially invested. So how could I not be?
Jake, Sanchez right now 5-1 for Cy Young. If he goes out and has a great outing today, what do those odds move to? 2-1? 3?
Probably, I could see 3. My initial thought was 3 or plus 350. I don't think he's going to overtake Wheeler. I think you need one more bad start from Wheeler or one more mediocre start from Wheeler before they flip completely. Which isn't to say like, hey, go rush and bet Christopher Sanchez at 5-1, #value. It's not what I'm saying at all, because I do still think that Skeens is probably your most likely winner, but it's definitely going to change. If he has a good start, that can drop. And maybe you want to do something like if you want to do a Kyle Stowers home run parlayed with Christopher Sanchez and Cy Young, knock your socks off. But at just the number at 5-1, just because I think it's going to move by tomorrow, I'm not saying that we have to go rush and bet that. Like, I'm in. The bread is buttered. The hay is in the barn. Just Please do your job, Christopher Sanchez. Please. I don't ask for much.
I mean, you kind of spoke a bad outing for Skeens into, you manifested that yesterday.
He did.
Maybe you can talk Sanchez.
If he's too careful though, Kate, then maybe the swelling on that ankle doesn't go down as much as he does. He's got to be careful where he picks and chooses his spots.
No. We're elevated right now. What are you talking about? We're so
there
good.
You go. There you go.
We're
there
so
you
good.
Go.
So I'm sitting at this weird angle.
That was a lot of leg, Jake. Are you wearing shorts? Are you wearing pants?
We got the tasteful 7-inch inseams on.
You're pretty flexible. Like, that was kind of impressive.
Thank you. Peloton,
Not
brother.
bad. BMW Championship. We got some golf bets for you coming up, as well as someone just retired in the NFL. We'll talk about that next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Talked a little NFL, little MLB. Got to mix in some good old golf. BMW PGA Championship, rather, being played this week at Caves Valley Golf Club. Not one of the bigger tournaments of the year, PJ, right? I mean, it's not a major, obviously. Where does this one rank amongst non-majors?
Well, the PGA Tour higher-ups would tell you this is a big event because it's part of the FedEx Cup playoffs, right? And they're trying to make, like, the playoffs a big thing at the end of the year. These purses are crazy. The person who wins the Tour Championship next week wins $20 million, which is pretty nice. So not bad at all. So this is the second leg of that. So last week was the first leg in Memphis, where the top 70 in the FedEx Cup standings played. This week is the top 50, and then after this week, they'll cut it down to 30, and the last 30 guys will play next week in Atlanta at the Tour Championship. Only 49 guys in the field this week because Sepp Straka is out, and all 4 rounds, Kate. There's no cut because there's only 49 golfers. Everybody plays all 4 days. They last played at Caves Valley about 3 years ago, 2021, 2022, and it played at a par 72. Then Patrick Cantlay ended up beating Bryson DeChambeau in a playoff, and Cantlay shot 27 under. So this course played extremely easy. They've tried to make it much more difficult this time. It's gone from a par 72 to a par 70, so 2 less par 5s. They've increased the rough to make it more difficult if you miss fairways, and they've also narrowed the fairways as well to make it more difficult off the tee. But because this course is so long and the rough is going to be more difficult this week, you're really looking for guys that can drive the ball long and that can drive the ball straight. So strokes gained off the tee is going to be a big metric this week. I love Rory this week, Kate, to be honest with you. He finished 4th when they played here 3 years ago, and this is just a course that absolutely fits him to perfection. He took the week off last week in Memphis, which was a big talking point. Bunch of people didn't like that, but he took the week off to refresh. He's back this week, played well here 3 years ago. Game is in a better shape at this point than it kind of was like a month and a half ago. And again, like if you're looking for golfers that can drive it far and that can drive it straight, I mean, Rory does both of those things pretty damn well. So if he's driving the ball well this week, if he makes his putts, he should definitely be in contention. I like Rory actually better than Scotty this week. So if you just want to play those two head-to-head, play a head-to-head matchup, I think betting Rory at plus money is actually a good bet. Scotty is going to be without his caddy this week, Ted Scott, which is a huge deal. Scotty's the best golfer in the world, as we know. He's the guy hitting all the shots. He's the guy who's out there executing. But Ted Scott, there is his right-hand man, helping him with the yardage distance and also just being a calming presence. Like, Kate, I don't think a lot of people realize that about Scotty, is that he can be like an underrated hothead at times. You know, he wins just about like every week, so you don't really see that as much. But when he's getting some tough breaks or he's not executing to like his standards, he can run a little hot sometimes. And Ted Scott is just like the perfect calming influence out there. So not having that this week and knowing that you're going to be out there all 4 days, that could prove to be a little bit of a factor. So that part of it, I think there's value on Rory over Scotty this week. So if you're just looking at the top of the board, I think Rory would be a better bet. I also like Patrick Cantlay. He won here, as I mentioned, three years ago. He's 20-1. Cantlay throughout his career has always been good on like these mid-Atlantic, northeast golf courses. He's won the BMW Championship 2 times at 2 different golf courses, kind of the same layout. Caves Valley this week was the same as when he won at Wilmington Country Club in Delaware 2 years ago. He loves these kinds of golf courses, and I think he's going to play really well again this week, so I do like Cantlay quite a bit. I also like J.J. Spaun. He should have won. He was in a playoff last week with Justin Rose in Memphis, but these are the kind of courses that Spaun has been playing well at all year. He's in the top 3, I believe, this year on the PGA Tour. If you combine driving distance and driving accuracy, like he's been great all year off the tee. He's been a great ball striker. I think he could have another really good week. And then the other guy, if you're looking at like a longer shot, Chris Goddard up at 40-1. He finished top 10 here 3 years ago. he's really been on a nice little charge here as of late, playing some really good golf, and he's one of the longest hitters on the PGA Tour. And I think this course should set up really well for him as well. So Goddard, JJ Spawn, Patrick Cantlay, Rory, kind of the 4 guys that I'm targeting. I like Rory to beat Scotty in a matchup. I think Victor Hovland could be a good look this week as well. But Kate, that's the name of the game this week. It's a long course. It's going to play harder than it did 3 years ago. So you want guys that can drive the ball pretty far off the tee. You want guys that can put it in the fairway. This, to me, is like an off-the-tee golf course. A lot of people talk about some golf courses could be a second-shot golf course. It could be a golf course where you have to be great around the greens. This week, it's really about off the tee. That's where you're going to have a big advantage and gain strokes. You're going to be using the driver a lot. So those are the guys that I like this week.
PJ, is it Keegan Bradley's at 55-1? He won the tournament last year. He's won this tournament twice. Now those are at different locations. Is that why he's priced so much further down the board? Is just because this type of course doesn't match up with Keegan Bradley? I'm not a golf expert. I watch golf, but I don't know the ins and outs of each of these players' games quite like you do.
Keegan, actually, this fit could be pretty good for him. But, Kate, I mean, right now, he's just got so much on his plate with the Ryder Cup coming up in like a month or so, and he's got to make some decisions for who he wants to be on his team in the next couple weeks. So Keegan's trying to focus on golf. We're still trying to figure out if he's going to end up being a playing captain, and I just think that part of it right now is just kind of messing with him a little bit. But on paper, like, this course does match up pretty well for him. So 55-1 is a pretty good price. I would maybe wait the first couple days, kind of see where Keegan's at, where his headspace is, if he's playing good. I don't mind a live bet on him at all, even if you lose some value, but I kind of want to see where his head's at going into this week because he's trying to juggle a whole lot right now, and he has been playing all that well the last couple weeks, but this course does set up pretty well for him.
All right, PJ, let's turn over to the NFL. Odell Beckham Jr. retired, but necking it up right now, PJ, and he's saying that those were fake retirements?
Really?
Announcements? Headlines are like, OBJ responds to fake retirement report. He actually did retire, right?
I thought he did. So he's out there claiming that he did not.
Fake news took another victim in OBJ on Tuesday. The Adam Schefter parody account. We all got by the Schefter parody account. We were ready to talk about OBJ retiring. Like I need to go back and confirm that.
Yeah, wow. I guess we did. I mean, OBJ, like if we're being honest, probably should retire at this point.
Yeah, that's why it was believable, is because he should, yeah.
He should. Was an incredible player with the Giants, suffered those injuries, traded to the Browns, suffered some more injuries, then went to the Rams, got injured in the Super Bowl, had a nice little stretch there with the Ravens when they made it to the AFC title game, tried to play last year with the Dolphins, but now it's kind of time at this point to hang it up for Odell. So I'm sure, I thought it was believable too. I'm sure a lot of people did, but I guess he's still out there and still playing. But yeah, I kind of think, Kate, at this point, I mean, Odell should hang it up. Like he's kind of like a DeAndre Hopkins at this point in his career, right? Like these receivers that were great, but they're only going to give you so much at this point in their career.
I just can't believe we all got while we were live here. Like the moment I said, let's switch over to NFL and talk OBJ, I still believe that he was retiring.
Yep.
Wow. That fake Adam Schefter account will get you. That'll certainly get you. Here's something that's not fake, PJ, or at least, we know it's not fake because we heard it yesterday. Denzel Washington, he's out on the Cowboys, had some things to say about Jerry Jones. Let's take a listen.
I don't like what Dallas is doing. I know they're making a lot of money, and I'm happy for the owner, but the fans ain't happy. I've been a Cowboy fan since the 60s. He's making it hard for me. Not to be a fan, because I'm still a Cowboy fan. I'm still going to have the star on the side of the hat. But he ain't thinking about us. He's thinking about his pocket. There's box office and there's Oscars, Jerry. Been a while, huh? You ain't been to the show. You wouldn't know what it is to win.
That voice is just so soothing.
It is. It is.
I love it.
We were talking about this while we were off air. I just love how even when Denzel goes on talk shows, does interviews, whatever it is, just is always in character. Sounds the same as he does in his movies. I love that he's just seems like he's the same person away from the screen. But look, a lot of what he said, I mean, is true, and I'm sure Cowboys fans feel that way too. Jerry, I mean, he's got to hang it up at this point. Did you also see the comments, Kate, that he made when he was getting interviewed, talking about how like Dallas is the best soap opera in the NFL, and if there's no drama going on with the Cowboys, like he's going to make some or something like that? Like just a comment that you just can't even believe. Like, what? Why would you want to create any kind of drama for your team? That just makes that kind of shows where your focus is at, that you would even make a comment like that when all your fan base wants, and I'm sure the players too, focus on football. Get us back to a Super Bowl. Let's try and make an NFC championship game, something we haven't done in nearly 30 years. And I mean, he's talking about drama, and Denzel's right with the comments that he's making too. So, I mean, look, Jerry, he's the owner. So, I mean, he's going to have to step away when he wants to, but I just don't know, Kate, if the Cowboys are ever going to get back to the Super Bowl as long as he's there making the decisions.
I mean, if Jerry likes the drama, fine. It doesn't make any sense, but if that's what Jerry's thing is, then fine. You don't say that out loud. You don't allow your fan base to hear those things. That's not what they want to hear. Plus, everyone else, every other franchise, serious NFL franchise, talks about limiting distractions early on in the season, in the preseason, like focusing solely on football. And Jerry's basically doing the opposite. He's ready to have reality TV cameras in there, Love Island type of stuff. It's wild. It's wild. And we'll probably see some sort of effect from all of it on the field early on in the season. Just certainly not what you want, and certainly not something to say out loud. Yikes. All right, coming up on the other side, Eric Kratz of Foul Territory joins us for some Major League Baseball bets and insights. That's next on Bet Sweats with PJ Glasser and Kate Constable.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. BetMGM Network.
PJ Glasser, Kate Constable here with you on Bet Sweats, filling in for Sam and Joe, who are off this week. About 20 minutes from now, we haven't touched on much college football today, and we're going to need to do that in some capacity because the season's right around the corner. Week 0 coming up, already next weekend, next Saturday. It is coming fast and furious. So getting those Heisman bets in, it's about time to do that. So we'll go over some insights for Heisman betting coming up in about 20 minutes and then wrap up the show 40 minutes from now with our lightning bets, tell you where we're putting our money today. But in the meantime, we got to talk a little bit more Major League Baseball. And to do so, we bring in Eric Kratz from Foul Territory. Eric, appreciate you joining us as always. The place we have to start today is the hottest team in baseball right now, which is the Milwaukee Brewers. I mean, they just can't lose. What in the world is going on in Milwaukee right now?
They're scoring a lot of points. That's what's going on, and they don't give up any. They just, like last night, you go into the game and you're like, all right, Paul Skeens, it's going to be a tough match. See you later after 4, Paul Skeens. And they've always had good at-bats against them, so you know you're sitting there going, okay, this is going to be a tough matchup. I thought they'd win the game. Not the way they won it, though. This team is the ultimate spit in your face to all the big markets and every other small market that whines and complains, we don't have enough money. We can't win. Wah, wah, wah. They're the best team in baseball right now, by far. And I think they're 5 or 6 games up for the best record right now in the game.
Would you bet them to win the National League, though, Eric? Because even though I think all of us would agree at this point, they're the best team in baseball. They're on an 11-game win streak. They have the best record. Still in the odds market, Dodgers are favored over them. The Phillies are favored over them. Do you think the Brewers would be your pick to win the NL if the playoffs started today?
No. I say it with a question mark because there's a lot of baseball to be played yet. And I don't really know what they could show me that would say, all right, I'm not going to pick them. It comes down to the end for me. How does Big Woo hold up? How does Quintana hold up? Quintana's been on the IL for a little bit. Obviously, Freddie Peralta has just been steady Freddie for, ever since 2018 when we played together and he got called up to the big leagues. The thing I said yesterday on our show, I said, this is the exact same team. Every year, they have 3 really good starting pitchers. Mizorowski, how does he come back? So Quintana might be the 4th guy in that rotation. And then they have another closer. Trevor McGill is like he's doing ridiculous. And before it was Devin Williams. Before that, it was Josh Hader. It's the exact same MO. The difference is Jim Bowden was on our show the other day, and he said he feels like this offense is different. And that is where I'm leaning towards. Yes, I would pick them in the National League, especially I think it's at plus 400. Oh, you even have it on the screen there for me. Plus 400. I feel like the National League is going to be so tough that to say, oh, I know who the winner's going to be, you're wrong. It's going to be a rock'em sock'em, knock each other out all the way till the end of the season, and then when you get to the postseason, it's going to be ridiculous.
Okay, you're muted.
I'm not hearing you.
Yep, that would be a problem. I was saying that we talk about in sports all the time, and regardless of sport, that whoever's peaking at the right time, and I mean, that's going into the playoffs, is sometimes the most important thing in order to have a deep playoff run. Is this a peak that's way too early for the Brewers? I mean, from everything you just said, doesn't sound like you're going to be on them in the postseason anyway, but is this probably peaking a little too early and not going to be sustainable for Milwaukee?
I mean, they probably said that in their last 10-game winning streak. They said that in the previous 8-game winning streak. This team knows how to win. Now, some of the guys, and not all of them, and this is where some turnover on teams, in baseball especially, can hurt you in the postseason. Devin Williams isn't there. And obviously how Devin Williams is doing right now, maybe they don't want him there. But you learn from those experiences. You learn from the fact that, hey, you know what? we need to keep tacking on runs, or it's good to be able to get that bunt down in the 7th inning when you're winning by 3 so that you're winning by 4. That kind of stuff. You have experienced the postseason, and they have some experience. Some of these younger guys don't, though. Guys that are really, contributing through this stretch, Caleb Durbin, Isaac Collins, these guys that are just absolutely tearing the cover off the ball. How do they lean on a Christian Yelich? How do they lean on a William Contreras when, hey, I'm feeling these nerves in the playoffs? The difference, I think, for me with the Brewers that would make me lean towards picking the Brewers is they get that first-round bye. That stinking wild card for them sucks. When I was there in 2018 and we beat the Cubs to win the division and not have to play the wild card game, which the Cubs ultimately lost, that enabled us to set our rotation, get guys healthy, get in a routine where you're like, okay, I'm playing a team that has just played in the wild card. We played the Rockies, and their rotation isn't quite as set. So now with a longer wild card round, missing that wild card round will be huge. It will be huge for the Brewers. And I think they have a shot. I just need to see the end of the season.
Eric, I'm curious, the Cubs and the Mets, do either of those teams give you vibes of the Texas Rangers from a couple years ago where they start the season super hot, we get to about this point, and they're really struggling, they're going through it, back their way into the postseason. Obviously, Texas then goes on a crazy run, wins the World Series. We know the Cubs and the Mets both have top-end talent, really good players. Do you think both of those teams are cooked? Do you like either one of those teams? What are your thoughts on Chicago and New York?
I just don't know how I can't have the Mets. I think the Mets is a shorter answer. They're going to get in the playoffs. I think they're a team that is going to need to get into playoffs easily because their bullpen is exhausted. They need to run through a stretch where their offense is scoring, 8 to 10 runs a game, and you're letting your starter go more than 5 innings. David Peterson's the only starter that's gone more than 5 innings, I think, in their last 20 or 25 starts, something crazy like that. And during that time, the offense hasn't been doing anything. So last night's game was huge for the Mets, where they scored a bunch of runs. They were able to keep some of their high leverage guys in the bullpen out of the game. So it's going to be tough for them to really have to scratch and claw to get into the playoffs. If they don't scratch and claw to get into the playoffs, I think they're the team that's set up more than the Cubs. The Cubs have so many concerns in the sense of, their Justin Steele would have looked awesome in this starting rotation. He's not there. Did they address it enough? Are the additions that they've made enough? And I don't think they have the bullpen that the Mets have when you're comparing both of those two teams. So I think they're more like the Rangers in the sense that there's a lot of question marks. They have pieces, and they have a lineup that is awesome, night in and night out, fireworks. I get it right now. They're struggling, but teams go through that. I think they're more like the Rangers in the sense that the Rangers needed Leclerc, Spores, and I'm trying to think who else out of the bullpen to really step up. And it was like, well, we didn't know we were going to get 7 innings out of Nathan Eovaldi. Like we were going to get all these huge performances out of guys that you didn't think or saw necessarily like that during the season. So they're more like the Rangers in the sense that could be a crapshoot of how they do once they get in.
We're talking with Eric Kratz of Foul Territory. Eric, we had this conversation a little bit earlier on the show because one of us, Jake Hassan, our board operator, has a big ticket on Christopher Sanchez to win NL Cy Young. And after Paul Skeens' performance yesterday, not his best outing, all of a sudden Paul Skeens at -275 and Christopher Sanchez at 5-1. That's shortening a little. Obviously, you have Zach Wheeler in between those two. Can Sanchez jump up and beat Paul Skeens for this award, or is it still kind of Paul Skeens to lose?
He can jump up. Absolutely he can. There's nothing. Paul Skeens can't do anything about what Christopher Sanchez is doing. He can't go out there and be like, next time I face Christopher Sanchez, I'm hitting a dinger. And there's no, I'm taking that Cy Young. No, like Paul Skeens is just going to have to, middle his way through the season with a 1.8 to a 2.1 ERA and just be like, yeah, it's just boring. Like, it's boring being so good at this game of baseball. When am I going to get called up to the next league is what Paul Skeens is saying. Obviously, Skeens, by the numbers, he's still the favorite. I do like the Christopher Sanchez pick. I think he's going to end up short. I think he's going to end up short not because his season isn't going to go well. It's because I think if somebody catches Paul Skeens, it's Zach Wheeler. Because you need to tell whoever you said, Jake, I think you said his name was.
Yep.
I picked Zach Wheeler to be the Cy Young Award winner before the year. This was the year he's not going to be the bridesmaid. He's going to be the bride. And hey, maybe Paul Skeens, maybe other teams have found we'll look at what the Brewers did and go, we can do that too. Or Paul Skeens will just continue to do what he's been doing, and you can cash your minus 275 anytime you want.
Eric, we got two divisions right now, the AL West and the NL West, that are both tied at the top. Seattle and Houston in the AL West, and the Dodgers and the Padres in the NL West. Give us your winner that you're more confident wins that division. Do you feel stronger about your pick to win the NL or the AL West, and who would that be?
AL West. Seattle Mariners. What do you build your team on? Pitching and defense. Oh, crap. The Mariners actually added some offense. They got Big Dumper, who will be the MVP of the league, and you have a J.P. Crawford, a Julio Rodriguez, who's supposed to be the MVP every year, and he gets hot in August. Oh, yeah, we're in August. Except this year, he has help to get hot. They got him Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor. Josh Naylor's running like he stole something right now. 11 stolen bases in his first, I don't know how many games he's been there. But to me, this team has always been on paper looking better. But now the biggest blow for the Astros is that bullpen. Josh Hader's injury. I think I'm not saying the Astros are not going to make the playoffs. I'm saying they're going to have to – Joe Espada is going to really have to earn his paycheck because that bullpen isn't as deep as originally thought. They have some very nice pieces. Josh Hader, I think, will come back and be 100%. But when you are 100%, it takes time. And I think that time will allow the Mariners, who, granted, they've won 8 straight, to be able to get into tied for first place, which normally isn't a recipe for success, because to get hot just to be tied is one thing, but to get hot and be like a 3 or 4 game lead is another thing. So they still have work to do. But I just think without Hader in the back end, you're looking at having a tougher time unless the offense really steps up to win back-to-back games, because you don't have quite that depth in the bullpen without Hader being out there 100%.
Eric, about 30 seconds to a minute left. I don't know if you've had time to look at the slate today, but do you have any plays, if you have had time, to check it out? I'm
really boring, super boring, going to under. I love the under with the Phillies and
Reds.
The under with Phillies and Reds. I like the under there, and I also like the under because it's Hunter Green and Christopher Sanchez, and I also like the under on the Pirates-Brewers game.
Yeah, Pirates without that offense. I think that's probably a pretty safe. You would think a safe bet. We'll find out. Eric, we appreciate you taking the time. And Mitch, yes. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah. Appreciate the time, Eric. Thanks for all the insight as always. We will talk to you again down the road.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on.
That is Eric Kratz of Foul Territory. I like the Pirates and Brewers under, PJ.
Yeah, feels like a good play. Feels like a good play. Reds, Phillies. I mean, I can't wait to watch that pitching matchup. Yeah, Hunter Green, coming back from the injury, so we'll see what he looks like in his first start back. But as we know on this show, we're going to have a big Christopher Sanchez fan watching that one. So hopefully the under hits for Jake and for Eric tonight. But the Mariners, I mean, Eric's buying in. I hope he's right, even though I like the Astros in the American League. Seattle has been so bad for so long. They have not won a playoff game in like 25 years. It'd be great to see them win that division, host some playoff games, win a playoff game, watch that city fall in love with the team. So, man, they're playing good baseball right now. We'll see if they can keep it going.
Yeah, they've been a fun team this year. Also, Zach Wheeler not being the bridesmaid this year, being the bride. Jake Hassan, once again, potentially a bridesmaid. Not a great spot to beat, Jake. We'll pray
Happens
for you.
to me too often, Kate.
You're a pro at this point. Heisman talk coming up on the other side. We'll take a look at BetMGM's college football insights for the Heisman Trophy and what that tells us about the upcoming season next year on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Kate Constable, PJ Glasser here with you on Bet Sweats. Our lightning bets coming your way 20 minutes from now. We've fared fairly well in lightning bets so far this week, PJ. So we'll tell you where we're putting our money for this afternoon or this evening, which games we are targeting. But for now, we got to touch on a little college football and the Heisman Trophy race already in full effect here. PJ, Arch Manning, he's at the top of the board. Not a massive surprise. We talked about it yesterday with Arch Manning. The tax that you play. If he was Arch Smith, would he be on top of the Heisman odds right now? Maybe not, right? Probably not. It's moved from where this line opened at 9-1. We're already down to 6-1. I would recommend don't bet Arch Manning right now. Like, is that fair? It's already moved from down to 6-1 and the season hasn't even started. I don't think that's a great number for the Heisman right now.
No, I agree with you. It's tough, because they have that game against Ohio State in week 1. So obviously if they win and he plays well, those odds are going to be cut in half and he's going to be the clear favorite. But I just don't think you're getting any good value. Texas is the number 1 team in the country. They're arguably the most talented team in the country. But we just don't know what Arch is as a quarterback. Normally the favorites to win the awards are guys that you have seen play before, right? So you look at Garrett Nussmeier and Cade Klubnik, 2 quarterbacks we have seen play multiple years. Like, those are usually the guys that are the favorites. So Arch obviously being Arch Manning and playing at Texas and having all this hype around him, it just feels like, again, you're paying that Duke tax we were talking about yesterday, the Caitlin Clark tax, all that stuff. I just don't think the value is there for Arch Manning. So I don't like his bet at plus 600. Of those 3 guys, like the top quarterbacks, if I had to bet one, I would probably take Nussmeier. Klubnik hasn't really played good against good competition throughout his Clemson career. He played well against Texas in the college football playoff last year, but that's kind of the only game I think about Cade Klubnik playing in of any significance where he actually played really, really well. Nussmeier's a great quarterback, and LSU's always got good receivers, as we know. And I think coming into the season, the big question mark with LSU is their offensive line. They're going to have to start 4 new guys. So if Nussmeier's able to elevate all those guys around him, and with the schedule that they have, Kate, they have 7 top 25 AP poll preseason teams on their schedule. They're able to make the playoff, win 9 games with that schedule. I think he's going to be right there. So of those favorites, I definitely look at Nussmeier, especially over Arch.
Nussmeier right now over at BetMGM, 3rd most tickets bet on him. Just about 8% of the tickets bet on Garrett Nussmeier. And then in terms of handle, the 2nd most handle has been bet on him. Just under 11% of all of the money coming in is on Garrett Nussmeier right now. Surprisingly enough, though, he's not one of the bigger liabilities at BetMGM. Arch Manning, the top. You have Jeremiah Love, a running back. You have Jeremiah Smith, then a wide receiver. Like, PJ, this could be a year where we see a non-quarterback win the award.
It could be. Look, Smith is, guys, kid's ridiculous. One of the best college receivers, especially as a freshman, I've probably ever seen. He's terrific. Jeremiah Love's obviously a really good running back as well. And with Notre Dame having a freshman quarterback and CJ Carr starting, they're going to lean on Jeremiah Love. Another thing that you have to love about Love is that early on in the season, Kate, he's got his 2 biggest matchups. He's going up against Miami and Texas A&M. So early on in the year, already with all this preseason hype surrounding him, if they win both of those games, Love goes crazy. He could be potentially your favorite going into like week 3 or week 4 of the season. So I think of those like non-quarterback guys, I would probably look at Jeremiah Love as the guy that I would bet. Sellers is a terrific quarterback. I think he might be the best quarterback in the country. Their schedule is just too tough, though. And to win the Heisman Trophy, you gotta make the college football playoff. And if you don't do that, you have to put up insane stats like Jaden Daniels did. And I just don't know if we're going to see that out of Sellers this year. Sam Levitt, he's got a terrific wide receiver as well in Jordan Tyson. He's one of the top quarterback prospects, led ASU to the college football playoff last year. I think they're going to regress this season, though. I really have no interest in Sam Levitt. So the only guy I kind of like of those liabilities, to be honest with you, Kate, is Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, with Sam Levitt too, like his numbers will probably be a little bit better without Cam Scadaboo, just because Scadaboo took up a lot of touches, and I would imagine maybe some of those go more towards the passing game, just because they're not going to have quite as dynamic of a running back this year. But still, I don't think they make the college football playoff. And to your point of kind of needing to do that in order to win the Heisman, I'm not sure Sam Levitt is going to have enough. Another quarterback that I like going into the season, but I don't think they're going to win enough games because their schedule is so hard, is John Mateer. I mean, he's way down the list, PJ, 25-1-ish. Just came over from, a couple of years ago, came over from Washington State. No, this year came over from Washington State, and his offensive coordinator is coming with him as well. So There's not like relearning a whole system right now. He's the only quarterback, FBS quarterback that is, to pass for over 3,000 yards and rush for 800 plus. I mean, he's a really good quarterback. It's just that this schedule is going to be like nearly impossible for Oklahoma.
So, Kate, I had 2 Heisman Trophy tickets going into the week. I now have 3 going into today. I told you off air I had a nice narrative bet to win the Heisman Trophy, and John Mateer is my narrative bet because obviously he's been in the stories, he's been in the media, right, for all this gambling stuff. He's kind of got this nickname right now, Moneyline Mateer, going on, which is terrific. So couldn't you see this guy winning the Heisman Trophy with all this like gambling stuff that he's dealing with, having a great year? Also, he's the kind of quarterback, and Oklahoma's the kind of team that I'm looking at because they finished middle of the pack in the SEC last year. You have a coach on the hot seat. He's got the talent to do it, and he's got good weapons around him. Oklahoma last year, just about for the entire year, their top 5 receivers were out for the season. Their offensive line was banged up the entire year. So it was a nightmare from the start. But they get Michigan in week 2. They obviously have to play Texas and Red River. They're at Bama. They have to play LSU. I mean, their schedule's tough. They play a lot of good teams, Ole Miss, Auburn this season as well. So Mateer's going to have plenty of opportunities. And I think at 25-1, he is a good bet. He is the 3rd player I chose to win the Heisman because I love this narrative now around him with this whole thing coming into the season. I think he's going to play really well.
All right, well, Paul has a counterpoint to us, PJ. Paul, let's hear the argument against Mateer.
Or more of a question. I mean, when you talk about voters, so you don't think even the smoke of being possibly associated with sports betting is like disqualifying as of today? Like just being associated with it, even if it's a dumb Venmo thing, for a lot of voters, is just like never even going to consider them. If this were baseball voters, say 100% dead, no candidacy, never has a shot. I don't know if it's the same for Heisman, but I don't know, youth amateur, quote unquote, even though they're not anymore and never really were, amateur athletics, sports betting, there's still like, as far as places to not be associated with it, I'd say that is my hesitation with that bet. That is where I wonder how many voters have, just with the loose association, the idea that it's a remote possibility that is even discussed, even as a joke, they have crossed them off their list. Do you think that's at all a possibility?
It's actually a really good point. I never even considered that. I think there are probably some voters that have already crossed Mateer off their list. And again, it just depends on the kind of season that he has. You know, if he has an incredible season, and there's obviously a lot of time between what's transpired earlier this week and before the vote. So if bad stuff comes out, then maybe that'll be a lost ticket. But he feels confident he didn't do anything. Oklahoma, I think at this point, probably feels confident he didn't either. I'm sure there are some voters that have probably already crossed him off. But I think if they have a good season and he plays really well, if he wins games and has the stats to go with it, I still think he's got a good shot at winning the award. But Paul, it is a very good point you bring up.
He might have to have like crazy stats though to overcome that. Like if voters feel very strongly about gambling of any sort, and it sounds like he's not actually gambling, but like, do you think he'll have to go even above and beyond what could be a Heisman winning season in order to overcompensate for the betting stuff?
Here's what he needs to do. And there's sort of a precedent for it. He's got to be the rebel Johnny Manziel sort of thing. Like he's got to lean into that narrative and do what Manziel did at A&M. Granted, he was a freshman and like kind of came out of nowhere. It's not exactly the same, but he'd have to like take down, Manziel took down Alabama, in Tuscaloosa, right? Mm-hmm. Like he's got to have multiple Heisman moments.
Agreed.
And then he's got to forget everything else that Johnny Manziel did and don't follow in his paths after.
Right. It's like the loose association. It's just like, you got a little bit of the rebel edgy side. But
I know what you mean.
Not with all that.
PJ, who are your two other Heisman winners? You had Mateer, your two other bets.
So the other one at current price is Austin Simmons of Ole Miss. The comps are going to be Tua. He's a left-handed quarterback, super talented. Kate, I just can't get out of my head the drive that he had last year against Georgia, and maybe people remember it, where it was Ole Miss against Georgia. Jackson Dart gets hurt on the first drive, throws a pick. Georgia goes up 7-0. It's pouring down rain. This lefty comes in that most of us have never, ever heard of, and he just goes and he leads Ole Miss right down the field against Georgia, like 70-plus yards, looks great. He struck me the way that when I first watched Tua come into the game for Bama, and I'm like, oh my God, like Saban's got something here. Like in mop-up time, we were just all watching Tua, and we were like, and Simmons kind of gave me the same vibe, a lefty with a ton of arm talent, and I think people are afraid to bet a Lane Kiffin quarterback because we do this like every year. We've done it with Chad Kelly and Matt Corral, and we've done it with, Jackson Dart last year and all these guys, but I think Simmons might be the most talented of them all. And there's a reason we like all these Lane Kiffin quarterbacks to win the Heisman, because he's a great offensive coach. They're going to pad the stats. They're going to put up a ton of points. And if Simmons is as good as I think he is, and Ole Miss is as good as I think they could be, they have one of the easier schedules in the SEC. If they make it to Atlanta, the SEC championship game, if they win double-digit games, he's going to be right in the conversation. So I think 40-1 is a good price on Austin Simmons. The other guy that I bet is Ty Simpson. He was at 66-1, Kate, for like the entire summer. Now he's all the way down to 20-1. Obviously don't love it as much. But 66-1 was just an absurd price. And you're seeing that now. He was going to be the starter all along. Like, I was never buying that it was going to be somebody else. It was always going to be Ty. He's one of the few guys in college football nowadays who's waited his turn, sat a couple years, been in that program, and I think he's going to have a good season. DeBoer's done a great job bringing in talent around him. He's going to have one of the best receiving corps in the country, good offensive line. Their coaching staff's really solid. He's got his guy Ryan Grubb back to help him run the offense. And Ty Simpson so far, from everything I've read about, heard about from camp, has looked really, really good. So 20-1, you obviously don't love it as much. But recently, these Bama quarterbacks, Bryce Young has obviously won the Heisman, has had a ton of success. Mac Jones didn't win it, but put up some insane numbers. So a lot of these quarterbacks have had some good success here as of late. And I think Ty Simpson could be the next guy in line. So love it, obviously, at 66-1. 20-1. I don't know if there's as much value there, but he was the other guy that I placed to win the Heisman.
I was looking at him this morning. I wish I had gotten it at 66-1 like you, PJ. That's a phenomenal number. But I do think that he could have a pretty good season with Ryan Grubb now pairing again with Caleb DeBoer down in Alabama. I'm high on the Tide this year, which I know you likely are as well, or at least we'll be rooting for them throughout the year because you went to Alabama. Real quick, Carson back over at Miami. He entered last season as one of the Heisman favorites at Georgia. He's led the SEC in passing. He's now playing ACC defenses. I still can't get there with Carson back. Like, I think I'm just out on him despite having a lot of talent around him at Miami. PJ, how are we feeling on Beck at 22-1?
I think I feel the same about Carson Beck at 22-1, the way that Jake feels about the silver bullets in kickball. I'm good. I hate that bet so much. He's not good. And Miami has to replace their entire receiving core. I'm not a fan. I don't like the way that the offseason has transpired for him. I don't even think his teammates really like him all that much. He's got some talent. And Georgia did have a bad receiving core last year. They led the country in drops, so a lot of it wasn't on him. But I'm good on Carson Beck. I would not bet him at all.
Yeah, it is kind of rough when your ex-girlfriend comes out and says nobody likes you, no one wants you around.
Yeah.
Like I would
hate when that
sounds
happens.
like right? Jake's been there once or twice. We all have. Not a great thing for like leading a locker room and being like the leader of the team as the quarterback for Carson Beck in Miami this year. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll wrap things up with lightning bets. That is next on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Wrapping things up here on Bet Sweats, Kate Constable, PJ Glasser. Got lightning bets coming up in just a few moments. We'll tell you where we're putting our money tonight. But first, PJ, did you see another clip that has surfaced from the New Heights episode with Taylor Swift, where Jason Kelce is hyping her up, just screaming on the podcast? Like, that's a good brother. Well, I guess he's not a brother-in-law quite yet. A good boyfriend's brother right there, with all the accolades he read off to hype up T Swift making her first pod appearance.
That is, and I gotta say, some impressive accolades as well, as expected. But like, you hear all of them like back to back, and you're like, wow, there's a reason that she is popular, and she is the Taylor Swift. So yeah, that episode drops tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern time. It's going to be the biggest podcast ever. Episode ever. I couldn't believe it was the first time that Taylor's ever done a pod, right? Because like, you've seen her do like the late night TV shows, you've seen her do some interviews, but I was shocked to find out that this is her first podcast, and obviously doing it with like her boyfriend, where she feels comfortable. In that same clip, Kate, she took a jab at like all the people who are tired of seeing her and everything. So I think it's going to be pretty good. So excited to watch it.
Yeah, she said something along the lines of, I know a lot of you guys that are all about football. You know, you want to listen to this podcast or watch the NFL and have it be all about football, but surprise, here I am. So she knows the narrative around it too, or around her and Travis Kelce. And I guess, PJ, Travis did come out and say that maybe his attention or his production may have slipped a little recently, with more of his focus on opportunities in entertainment. So, everything that those two do together is calculated. Like, maybe she kind of threw that little jab after this article that Kelce's not quite as focused hit the internet.
It's another reason, too, why I like Mahomes to win MVP this year, why I like the Chiefs to win the AFC West, is because the receivers. You got a full year of Hollywood now, year 2 of Worthy. Rashee Rice is coming back. But even though Kelce is past his prime, I think he's going to be much better this year in the regular season. He had that one playoff game against the Texans where he was really good, but really not a factor much against Buffalo or in the Super Bowl, certainly against the Eagles. I think that loss for the Chiefs, Kate, it was a real reflection for a lot of those Kansas City players to be that close to history and the three-peat and just come up completely short. I think they're motivated in like a new way this year, with everybody counting them out, with the division being improved, and Kelce knowing that maybe this is his last year, maybe he's got one more after this, we'll see. But I think he's going to have a much better season.
All right, so you are very tapped into when this podcast is dropping, PJ. I didn't realize it was 7 p.m. tonight. Are you listening? Like, are you going to listen at 7:01?
Don't know if I'll be listening at 7:01, but I probably will tune in tonight, I would say. It depends on like how long these interviews are. You said you've watched like a New Heights episode before. It was probably a long time ago, right? Like, are these like 30-minute interviews normally? Do they go like an hour?
Usually the interview portion, if they have one, is about 30 minutes. The podcast altogether, I would say it's at least an hour 15-ish, maybe. This will probably be a little bit longer one, I would imagine. They give the people some of what they want, especially with, it's not every day. I guess not every day you date Taylor Swift, but not every day you get her on your podcast, and they've waited quite a long time to do anything publicly like this. I would imagine it's a fairly good interview. I'll be tuning in. Not at 7:01 tonight, but tomorrow I'll probably go work out and throw that in the AirPods.
Is there a question that you would love for them to ask Taylor that you would like to know the
that's
answer
a really good question.
I would think mine would be something like about the podcast. Like, when did you know that you wanted to do this? Because you've obviously never done it before. So like, when did you approach Travis and Jason and be like, yeah, I would come on with you guys, like something like that?
Or when did you know that you and Jason or you and Travis were like for real? I think I would like to know, because of all the stuff at the beginning that started like thinking it was a publicity stunt. I want to know how long they were together before they hard launched their relationship, because I would imagine it's a long time. Paul would like to know
It's not still a publicity stunt. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah,
Well, it's not anymore. It's not anymore. You still think it might be, Paul?
We talked about this Kate, we talked about this yesterday. You announced the engagement on the show. You know, it goes even further to the moon, past the moon. And then they break up. She gets a breakup album out of it. And then, you get to catch the drift from all that. It's...
Paul's so far into this rabbit hole that he can't ever come out. Is the problem?
I can't get
Paul's
out
been
now.
digging this hole. Paul's been digging this hole since last year. It's too late. I get the double down, Paul.
If it happens, though, the victory lap that Paul gets to take would be iconic. He gets the Bartolo Colon slow trot. I mean, he truly gets to just absolutely bask in that. So we'll see.
The Braves World Series victory lap will look like a walk around the park compared to this victory lap.
Man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That was
for the record.
Day. That was a week.
For the record, Paul showed up to the show the next morning with a bottle of champagne and sunglasses on. So just so everyone has an idea.
That's fantastic.
And a shirt that made it look like I was shirtless. So it was.
Paul, I hate to say this. That's most of your shirts, my king.
Thank you. Thanks, Jake. Love you. Nothing wrong with Deep V.
No. Deep V's every once in a while, they're the way to go. I don't know how to transition to lightning bets. Let's throw out a few bets here. PJ, what do you have?
We'll start with golf. BMW Championship. Going to be out there on Saturday. Looking forward to it. And I'm hoping that Rory is in contention and that he has the lead because he's my play this week. Nothing flashy, plus 750, but this course really does set up well for him. You want guys that can hit it far and can hit it straight this week. He took the week off last week in Memphis. I don't think Rory would do that unless he wanted to reset and make sure that he's good for these final 2 weeks, try and win that 20 mil in the Tour Championship, and then obviously get himself ready to go for the Ryder Cup. But so this course sets up well for Rory. Finished fourth here 3 years ago. I think he's going to win it this year, so I like that. And then I like the Orioles tonight, plus 115 against the Mariners. Jake and I were talking about it. Trevor Rogers has been awesome this year for the O's. He's got a .42 ERA at home. As good as Seattle is and as great as Logan Gilbert has been, not as good on the road. So Trevor Rogers has been a dog this year. He's normally pitched pretty well, and the Orioles have won some of those games. So I like him tonight at plus 115.
I'm debating taking the Cubs tonight. I faded them yesterday. Cade Horton's been fairly good in his last, 5 starts or so. I feel like at some point, as bad as the Cubs offense has been, it's got to come alive eventually. I'm not going to make that an official lightning bet, but I'm going to keep an eye on that number throughout the day and maybe bet that a little bit later. I do like the Eric Kratz mentioned the under in Pirates and Brewers. I do kind of like that with Mitch Keller. I don't think the Brewers are putting up double-digit runs back to back, although I guess Brewers are doing crazy things right now. But still, afternoon game, I'll put a couple dollars on the under in the Pirates and Brewers at under 7.5. And then I got to go over to the W. Marina Mabrey going for the Sun tonight. Sun hosting Chicago, who is really not good right now. Their defense is not great at all. And Marina Mabrey is coming off her worst performance of the season. She was 1 for 7 from the field, 0 for 6 from deep, only 3 points in 25 minutes. She's been scoring well into the high teens, low 20s over the previous games. So I think she has a good bounce back game, over 15.5. That number is just a little bit too low. So I will take the over for Marina Mabrey. Paul, what do you have for us?
I'm going to get PJ's take on this too when we talk about the BMW. So there's a couple of guys that can qualify for the Tour Championship if they finish at a certain spot, finishing place in the BMW this week. Hey, do you buy this narrative at all? And the people that I'm looking at are Schauffele and Matt Fitzpatrick. Fitz, by the way, has been playing some great golf over the past month and a half, 2 months. They both have to finish T21 or better. Schauffele's minus 250, Fitz minus 145. Hook them together, plus 136 for them both to finish top 20.
Yeah, I do kind of like that. I think the narrative works for certain players. Obviously, everybody's trying to finish as high as they can because these events, you can get a ton of points and it can help you next week for the Tour Championship. It also pays out really well, these 3 events. But these two guys, I mean, the course does fit them well. Like you said, Fitz has been playing great. Xander's been playing good as well. That's the way I would go, Paul, honestly, if you're going to bet top 20s, because there are only 49 guys in the field. If you're going to bet top 20, top 30 market, I'd probably just parlay like two guys together to get a plus money price that you like and attack it that way. So I like your Fitz and Xander play. I think it's a good look.
All right, lock it in.
There you go.
And over at BetMGM, if you want to do a little parlay, right now, any sport odds boost token today, that is live no matter where the action is. Supercharge your odds of your next bet. Use this odds boost token for a potential payout on a winning bet. Jake Hassan, what winning bets do you have for us today?
Hello. I'm the world's biggest Christopher Sanchez fan tonight. I don't ask for much. So let's go. Would love a great start. Okay. Also, I will also be on the Marlins first five because Gavin Williams fade spot. I'm going to throw a couple Marlins to hit a home run too. This kid Jacob Marcy, the rookie for them, he's got 5 doubles, a triple, and 2 homers in 12 games. So I'll go with him against Gavin Williams. I'll also go Kyle Stowers, who, like PJ said early in the show, has been awesome. And so far in Miami, I'll go a couple long prices with them, both better than 4-1. And I'll ride with my guy PJ, but I don't want to deal with the Orioles bullpen, so I'll just go Orioles first five in that one too.
Totally fair. Bullpen
All right, let's get one last update on the status of the leg going into Thursday's playoffs.
Elevation.
Jake?
Oh, my quad looks good right there. Hell yeah. Anyway, that notwithstanding, far be it for me to make things about myself. But, yeah, we're out here. We're feeling better. Mobility is definitely better. Pain management is definitely, the pain's definitely down. I'm feeling confident. I am not going all the way back to the burbs tonight. I'm going to my best friend's tonight. He's going to ice it up too. Wow, that sounded weird, but you know how it is. It's going to be great. More care, more injury, more therapy tonight. It's going to be good. I'm upgrading myself to probable.
That's huge. That's huge.
That is.
Point spread is
yesterday.
smooth. Yeah. Jake, I mean, just, a little pregame and numb it up. You'll be good to go.
Oh, Mom, stop listening to this. Yes, there will be whiskey involved before that game.
Hello, Mrs. Hassan. That's going to do it for us here on Bet Sweats. Thanks to Eric Kratz and Chris Mack for joining us. PJ, fun hosting with you this week. I'll be back tomorrow with Sean Little, same time. This has been Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.